Chapter 1724. Probably because she was used to being restrained, she took off her boots and sat cross-legged on the ground. She did not enjoy the beautiful scenery of the lake at the beginning of spring. Instead, she bent forward and lowered her head. In front of her were stacks of copper coins of different denominations, different sizes, old and new, and different heights. She looked at the copper coins in a daze, her mind wandering thousands of miles. She thought of many things from the past, such as that dilapidated little thatched cottage, or that very small but very green vegetable garden, or that time when she carried a heavy box of books and climbed up the mountain step by step. At that time, she only felt that moving books was like moving a mountain. Or that time when she studied to earn money, the feeling of every word being money was much better. Although the current court in West Chu was much quieter than before, when she sat on that chair every day, she would find that the originally pure eyes were no longer there. Instead, they were replaced by a gloomy aura, like pieces of rotten wood. She only found out much later that the court had changed quite a few groups of people. There were quite a few groups of new faces, and there was an endless stream of disciples from noble families. Thus, father and son sat in the court together, and even 3 generations of officials who were all purple and yellow officials began to appear. She sat in the magnificent hall. There were frequent quarrels in the hall. Scholars quarreled with martial artists, scholars quarreled with scholars, and martial artists who were attached to the wings of the scholars quarreled with other martial artists. Almost everyone seemed to be doing their best for the country. Everyone's words were just and honorable, so everyone seemed to be so impassioned. There was nothing wrong with that. She did not understand. The Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, was getting older and older. In the last few court sessions, he even had to sit on that royal chair. There were fewer and fewer people wearing the robes of military officials in the hall. One after another, they rushed to the battlefield. One after another, many people died in battle, were posthumously conferred titles, and were posthumously awarded titles. She still did not understand why those people were willing to die so resolutely. Just like how she did not understand why the first time she sat on that chair, those white-haired old people cried so sorrowfully, gratified and grateful. There were many things she did not understand, but Uncle waiting for the imperial decree said that it was enough for her to just sit there every day. She felt that she could do this, and she told herself that she must do it well. Today, she was sitting here in a carefree manner. At this moment, a flock of orioles flew across the sky above the imperial palace. For some unknown reason, an oriole instantly fell down, and it lightly fell onto the roof of a pavilion with a plop, dripping with blood. At the same time, there was a lake in the Jianghu beside her. There was clearly nothing on the surface of the water, but a string of extremely thin water pillars splashed up, and then it quickly returned to normal. In the past half a month, the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace would occasionally find 1 or 2 dead birds on the road. Some had been pierced through by arrows, some had had their wings cut off by sharp weapons, and even more had been smashed into a bloody mess. What was even stranger was that their emperor had spent most of this half a month sitting quietly by the lake in a daze. At the beginning, there would be elite imperial guards standing guard in the distance, but soon, everyone would inexplicably feel a chill. At first, they mistakenly thought that it was because of the late spring cold. However, every time they left the palace after the night curfew, every time they left the small lake, they would feel much warmer, even though it was already night without the sun. Over time, that small lake, which was always as calm as a mirror, appeared particularly strange, especially when the entire capital began to spread rumors of countless birds falling. Songs began to spread through the streets and alleys, saying that this was the disaster of a woman ruling the country. There were also strange stories with ulterior motives that insinuated that the current emperor was actually a wild fox spirit that had walked out of the depths of the mountains. She had lived for 1,000 years, but she was only wearing human skin. What caused the older generation of West Chu survivors the most grief and indignation was the rumor in the marketplace that Empress Jiangxi was actually an orphan girl that Chao Changqing had casually found on the side of the road. She was only a puppet that was raised to satisfy Chao Changqing's selfish desire to be the emperor's preceptor. The group of 3, led by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, arrived outside the waterside pavilion. The three were surnamed Song, three generations of the Song family: Song Wenfeng, Song Qingshan, and Song Maolin. Song Wenfeng, Grand Preceptor's son Shiji, and the state preceptor of the previous dynasty, Li Mi, could all be considered old men of the same generation. Currently, they were in charge of Dechu's subordinate provinces. Song Qingshan was the current minister of rites. The father and son could be considered the leaders of the current Dechu literary scene. They were very similar to the two masters of the Song family who had previously dominated the literary scene of the Li Yang dynasty. As for Song Maolin, his reputation had spread far and wide. This was especially true when the two simple sayings, Northern Su and Southern Song, and Su Zi and Song Zhang, spread like the spring wind throughout the great river. For a moment, Song Maolin had the impression that there was no one in the world who did not know of him. This was why last year, in the imperial court, there had been a marriage between the Song family's Yushu and the emperor. Even Grand Preceptor's son Shiji, who had not been too enthusiastic about this matter at the beginning, had changed his stance in the end. He had personally persuaded Chao Changqing, who was in charge of the navy at Guangling River. The head eunuch was just about to make a report when Song Wenfeng smiled and waved her hand. Her eyes indicated for her son and grandson to stay at the bottom of the steps. She walked up the steps alone and stood in the waterside pavilion that was surrounded by willow trees. Unexpectedly, she did not have the slightest intention of bowing. It was not that Song Wenfeng's eyes were blurred by old age, but rather that she understood a principle. Kneeling and doing business with others would not earn money. Song Wenfeng did not know this principle 20 years ago. Song Wenfeng softly opened her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, there are some words that I do not know if I should say." The beautiful young woman was indifferent. Song Wenfeng had to admit that even if this woman's status was disregarded, her appearance alone was enough to make her eldest grandson fall head over heels for her. Even the old woman, who had lived a pure and simple life for many years, had some small thoughts of regretting being born 50 years earlier. The old woman frowned and slightly raised her voice. "Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the current situation is no longer in Dechu's hands. If the Jiang family wants to survive, they have to rely on external forces." When she turned her head and looked away from the strange copper coins, Song Wenfeng met her eyes and actually felt a little guilty. Song Wenfeng gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I won't hide it from your Majesty. There are currently many officials who do not want to be subjects. They secretly collude with Liang's Minister of War, Wu Zhongshuan, and the Southern Expedition's Commander-in-Chief, Lu Xingxiang. They continuously leak information about Dechu's military formations and deployment. At this time of crisis, I am willing to be a villain who will go down in history as a notorious villain for 10,000 years for the sake of Dechu's land." She calmly said, "Minister Song, are you trying to say that you are slightly more loyal than those people? They are fence-sitters who have sided with the Liang imperial court, while your Song family has the strength of character to choose the king of Yanqi, Xiaobing?" Song Wenfeng's old face turned red, and she was even more shocked. How did this little girl know about such a secret? She indifferently said, "Not only do I know that your Song family has chosen the king of Yanqi, but I also know that Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Appointments secretly sent someone to deliver a secret letter to Lu Xingxiang. Minister Lu of the Ministry of Works and Assistant Minister Ma of the Ministry of Rites have chosen to side with Wu Zhongshuan." Since the window had been opened, everyone spoke openly. Song Wenfeng did not care about her old face anymore. She straightened her back, stroked her beard, and smiled. "As long as your Majesty agrees with me." Without waiting for Song Wenfeng to finish, Empress Jiangxi waved her hand and said, "You may leave." Song Wenfeng did not move at all. She sneered and said, "Your Majesty, do you still think that West Chu is the same as last year's West Chu? May I ask where Ko Jianghua is? Where is Chao Changqing? Your Majesty, if you are willing to take a step back now, then the king of Yanqi, Xiaobing, will promise you that you can still be the emperor for 10 years. In the future, you can abdicate the throne to him or his son." She lowered her head and looked at the copper coins. "You can live your lives as long as you are happy. However, if you think that Chao Changqing and LV Dantian are not in the capital, you can do whatever you want and force me to do anything. Song Wenfeng smiled playfully. I wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know that your majesty is an expert like a sword immortal? She suddenly frowned and her face turned pale. The ceremony supervisor eunuch at the bottom of the steps trembled and lowered his head without saying a word. Song Wenfeng exhaled heavily and walked to the side of the river. She looked at the river surface. At this time, Sun Shiji is almost dead. Your Majesty's qi is also almost gone. If not for the fact that I still remember the previous emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for me to change the surname of this palace to Song. The old man smiled and said, Of course, it doesn't matter what the surname of West Chu is. It doesn't even matter what the surname of the world is in the future. Because no matter how the throne is rotated, the Song family is indispensable. Her face returned to normal. She didn't even bother to raise her head. She just looked at the copper coins and twitched her mouth imperceptibly. She wasn't afraid or worried. She just felt a little wronged. Whether I see you or not is one thing, but whether you come or not is another. So, where are you? A cool breeze suddenly blew through the gates of West Chu's capital. The cool breeze blew through the 12 gates. When the figure suddenly stopped outside the gates of the imperial city, his sleeves were still fluttering lightly. The armored guards above and below the gates were all stunned. The extremely handsome young man folded his hands in his sleeves and had 2 blades at his waist. The young man did something. He cupped his hands to his mouth and said, Hey! Chapter 1725. When the breeze passed from the gate of West Chu's capital to the gate of the imperial city, almost no passers-by took it seriously. Only an old madman with disheveled hair stood there in a daze. This old man was even treated as a joke by the officials far away in Great Peace City. At that time, the old man in ragged clothes walked through the alleys as usual to ring the night. Normal night watchmen would appear at night, but he was different. He only rang the night watch during the day and said to everyone he met, They are all dead people. In the first few years, there were still some old people in luxurious clothes who stopped in the distance to look at this crazy old night watchman and cry tears of sorrow. As time passed, there would be a large group of idle children following behind the night watchman, shouting, Dead people, dead people, dead people. Most of them would be pulled by the ears and dragged back by their parents. After a few more years, almost the entire city began to become accustomed to this sight. When West Chu was restored during the Xiangfu era, for some reason, the night watchman, whose voice had almost gone hoarse from shouting, suddenly began to cry heart-wrenchingly again. The sorrow and bitterness in his voice was even greater than in the past. Before the restoration of the country, the Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji, Chao Changqing, and Jiang Si, who had not yet ascended the throne, had once met this old madman on the street. The night watchman had once called Sun Shiji a dead person, and Chao Changqing a dying person, with a night watch mallet. Only he had stared blankly at the fallen princess Jiang Si and cried out in grief, crying for the only living person left to quickly leave. At that time, after the night watchman had run far away, Sun Shiji revealed the mystery. Only then did Jiang Si learn that the night watchman's real name was Jiang Xueling. He had once been in charge of Dechu's Chong Wen Guan at the age of 39. Under his command were no less than 3 academies of West Chu and 600 editors. He was a scholar who had been praised by the late emperor of West Chu as Jiang Xuelang in literature and Chao Boyi in chess. Unlike many of the remaining old people of West Chu who worshipped the peace of Old Huang or who directly fled to Zen Wild Forest, Jiang Xuelang had gone mad. He had gone mad for more than 20 years and had been the night watchman of the #1 city of the Central Plains for more than 20 years. At this time, the old man's turbid eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the gong and gavel in his hands unknowingly fell to the street. The old man suddenly turned around and started running. Even after falling down a few times, he didn't care about the pain and continued running. When the old man finally ran back to the lonely, dilapidated cottage, the old man's eyes began to look blank again. He scratched his head hard and finally squatted on the ground and whimpered hoarsely, like a dog covered in scars. Some of his cries were not from his mouth, but from his heart that was filled with the memories of the past. Clutching his head, the old man stood up with a face full of pain. He staggered into the cottage and rummaged through the chests and cabinets. Finally, he pulled out an arrow from a pile of junk under the bed with great difficulty. The python's skin had long since peeled off, and the strings had long since been snapped. The old man held the arrow in his hands, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, the old man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After standing up, he moved a small broken stool and sat down in front of the cottage that had no stairs. The old man straightened his clothes and closed his eyes. Then he extended a finger and dipped it in his saliva. There seemed to be a zither score placed in front of him, but it also seemed to have been flipped open by the old man. Only then did he begin to play the arrow. The song in the old man's heart was called Spring and Autumn. The great rivers of West Chu, the majestic mountains of East Yu, the frontier of northern Han, the lychees of southern Tang, the silk of western Shu, the giant trees of later Sui. When the old man was still called Jiang Shuilang, the people of West Chu were called Dachu. Mai Dachu had the world's #1 national chess player, Li Mi. There was the spring and autumn soldier, Yi Baike. There was Li Chungang, who flew across the Guangling River on his sword. There was Zhao Dingxiu, who was the best scholar in the world. There was Wang Qing, who was the best poet in the capital. There was Chao Changqing, who was the pride of the Chao clan. There was Sun Shiji, who was dressed in purple and yellow when he was just 20 years old. There was the world's most polite person, Wang Lin. There was Tang Jiahe, who was proficient in all kinds of knowledge. The old man's tears did not stop. Dachu had perished. He was now a lonely ghost in the wasteland of spring and autumn, with nowhere to go. The old man stopped and began to laugh loudly for no reason. Finally, the old man lowered his head and muttered to himself, "I am not crazy." Dachu perished. Some people pretended to be asleep, some pretended to be stupid, and some pretended to be dead. I, Jiang Shuilang, merely drank until I got drunk. The old man carelessly wiped away his tears. He raised his head and gazed into the distance, his fingers trembling. Thinking back to the past, when the old man was not old and the dead were not dead, he still remembered that there was a song that had once spread through the court and across the great river. That song had been written by great General Yi Baikue. He, Jiang Shuilang, had composed the music, Wang Qing had written the lyrics, and Zhao Dingxiu had written the lyrics. The name of the song was The General's Journey. Wherever there was water in a well, there would be people singing it. The old man sang loudly, but after just one line, he broke down in tears. The youth has not yet reached the age of 20, but he has left his home. Liyang, Great Peace City, Palace City, Imperial City, and Inner City. From the inside to the outside, there were people guarding the city. In the past, Teacher Lu Hao had been one of them. Now, the old ancestor of the Wu family sword tomb was the same. Other than those martial grandmasters, Great Peace City itself had 2 large formations with the imperial astronomer as the center that operated continuously. The vast formation in West Chu's capital had been destroyed long ago by Prince Guangling Zhao Yi after the mountains and rivers had been destroyed. But now, there were still people guarding the city gates. The leading swordsman of West Chu, Lu Dantian, was one of them. Unfortunately, he had not returned. The remaining 2 people, who were rarely seen, appeared in broad daylight today, clearly in everyone's sight. One person stood behind the gates of the imperial city. He was old, short, and wore a long robe with large sleeves. He wore wooden clogs and looked like a straw man beside a paddy field. The other person stood in front of the palace gates and looked at the back of the former. He was also an old man. This person wore a python robe. It was not the style of the vassal kings of Liyang, nor did it conform to the etiquette of the present West Chu imperial family. It was the python robe of the vassal kings that could only be seen in the old Dachu temples. This old man surnamed Jiang, who had once been removed from the imperial family of Dachu, was tall but lifeless. Between the 2 old men, there were 1,600 elite imperial guards. 1,600 bright metal armor glittered under the sunlight as if they were wearing the golden armor of the immortals of the celestial court. On the 2 city walls, there were almost 1,000 crossbows ready to fire. That daring young man stood alone outside the gates. On the city walls, numerous generals in luxurious armor stood behind the battlements. They were all sweating. No one dared to act rashly or give the first order. The common people of the two largest cities in the world believed the most in the existence of immortals on Earth. One was the great peace city of Liang, and the other was the city under their feet. To a large extent, all of this was because of one person, the great official Chao Chongqing. The Jianghu of the martial emperor city of the East Sea was not as wild as the other two cities. This was because Wang Xianxia, who claimed to be the second in the world, had never called himself an immortal. In 60 years, countless experts had come and gone, but they had all been defeated by Wang Xianxia. Incidentally, the common people of the martial emperor city had also lost interest in the so-called immortals. But whether it was Chao Chongqing or Wang Xianxia, no matter how high their martial cultivation was, this young man with his hands on the hilt of the saber at his waist was, at the very least, a great grandmaster on the same level as the two of them. Su Fengnian stood where he was. It was not until this day and this moment that he suddenly realized that the old man in the sheepskin coat was from West Chu. Su Fengnian grinned. He remembered that after the Battle of the Three in Great Peace City had ended, the top grandmasters like Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai had all asked him the same question. Had that old man who had broken through 2,600 armor with a single breath by the Guangling River reached the threshold of celestial being? At the time, Su Fengnian had not directly given an answer. He had only smiled and extended a finger, and then let the two guess. The length of a breath could travel 1,000 li, and then 100 li. A breath of sword energy could cause thunder to roll 1,000 li. As long as one had a clear conscience, such as the green-clothed sword god 60 years ago, or the old man in the sheepskin coat who had resolved the knot in his heart 60 years later, one could easily become the number one in the world. Because one was Li Chungang. The Jianghu was so vast, but only one was 3 feet away from the sword in one's hand. The title of being invincible in the world was so important, but only one, Li Chungang, could let it go as he wished, and take it as he wished. Su Fengnian suddenly felt slightly angry. Unfortunately, the person he wanted to vent his anger on was not in this city. At this time, they were probably far away from Great Peace City. Chao Chongqing, I should not have let you take her away back then. If it was today, why don't you try to pretend to be an expert in front of me again? Su Fengnian put his palms on the hilts of the Bailiang blade and the soldiers of crossing the river, and took a deep breath. The spirit reaches the rainbow. When Su Fengnian gripped the hilts of his blades, in a flash, the grand and dignified gates of the imperial city were crushed under his foot. Thunder roared in the capital of West Chu. The dust of the gates flew wildly. The short, wide-sleeved old man guarding the gates of the imperial city was unmoved. He held his breath, spread his hands in front of him, bent his middle finger, and flicked his fingers. With each flick, the old man, whose sleeves were swollen like they were filled with wind, slid back dozens of feet. Between the thin old man and the tall city gates, 2 serpents appeared on the old man's fingertips. One black, one white. In the exquisite waterside pavilion by the river and lake to the northwest of the imperial palace, the atmosphere was solemn. He Taixing, the deputy commander of the imperial guards, dressed in golden armor, stood at the bottom of the steps with an awkward expression. Chapter 1726. Although the sword grandmaster Lu Dantian was nominally the leader of the 4,000 imperial guards and was 1 rank higher than the 3 third-rank deputy commanders, including He Taixing, Lu Dantian was only an empty title and didn't really hold any posts. Therefore, the real military power was in the hands of Gu Sui, who He Taixing was in charge of guarding the palace gate. As for the other deputy commander surnamed Qi, he had long been ostracized and only knew how to drink all day to drown his sorrows. At the beginning of the year, he rarely commanded troops. He Taixing and Gu Sui were not the same. Gu Sui was the son of an aristocratic family with 2 surviving elders in the imperial court, so he was able to make friends with both sides in the officialdom. On the other hand, He Taixing came from an ordinary landowning family. He relied on the outstanding military achievements he had accumulated in the past 2 years and secretly relied on the influential officials to climb to this position. The harder it was to come by, the more precious it was. At this time, He Taixing's feelings were particularly complicated. He felt guilty towards the young female emperor, But there was also a trace of darkness in the depths of his heart that no one knew. After being a citizen of Liang for more than 20 years, He Taixing actually didn't have the obsession of the older generation towards the West Chu. Whether the country's surname was Jiang or Zhao was not important to the young and ambitious He Taixing. At that time, he felt that he had the potential to become one of the founding fathers of the country, so he bravely killed the enemy and shone brilliantly in the battle to wipe out Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry. When he returned to the capital to report on his work, he was quickly pulled over by Song Maolin from the Song family. After joining the Song family, this big ship that sailed through the wind and waves, He Taixing's meteoric rise was so great that even the Song family didn't think of it. They thought that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding. In fact, Zhao Go, who was hidden in this city, had already promised to give him the position of Protector General. It should be known that in the entire Liang dynasty, there were as many surplus generals as there were hairs on a cow, but there weren't many generals with real power. 4 campaigns, 4 equalizations, and 8 people could be called great generals. Next were 4 towns and 4 equalizations. Then, it was Song Li's turn to get the General Heng Jiang that was within He Taixing's reach last year, as well as the Protector General that was within He Taixing's reach. Generally speaking, under the 16 generals, the Protector General Heng Jiang, who held real power, was actually not inferior to a general of a province. He Taixing carefully glanced at the woman from the corner of his eye. The Emperor of Dechu. A beauty with a rouge evaluation. Furthermore, she was a female sword immortal. The second in command of the Imperial Guards felt as if there was a furnace burning in his heart. Why is it that you, Song Maolin, a weak scholar, a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, can openly express your love? Why do I, He Taixing, have to bow and scrape before you? Why do I have to deliberately lower my wine cup to you every time I raise my wine cup to make a toast at a banquet? After hearing He Taixing's urgent, military situation, Song Wenfeng still looked confident and stood near a pillar. The old man smiled and said, "Your Majesty, do you think that everything will be fine now that that person has suddenly appeared in the capital?" The old man didn't get an answer and continued, "His appearance is somewhat unexpected. Logically speaking, if he wanted to stand outside the capital, he should have waited for the 10,000 Bailiang barbarians to break through Wu Zhongshuan's army and our Dechu's several lines of defense. However, I can only say that this young vassal king's courage is commendable. Unfortunately, his luck is really bad. After I learned from the palace that Chao Chongqing had indeed left the capital to travel north, the 3 great clans led by the Song family began to make arrangements. Originally, it was to deal with the worst-case scenario if Chao Chongqing heard the news and rushed over. It wasn't to deal with that young man surnamed Su. Your Majesty has just arrived and is still too young. There are many secrets that you don't know. Of course, Your Majesty has never been interested in court politics." Speaking of this, Song Wenfeng's tone revealed a hint of ridicule for the first time. After all, it is a woman who is in charge of the country's affairs. How can her thoughts truly be placed on the rise and fall? The pale Song Maolin was just about to speak when his father, Song Qingshan, grabbed his sleeve and glared angrily at him. Song Maolin wanted to say something but hesitated. However, under his father's warning gaze, this famous character finally lowered his head and clenched his fists with a pained expression. As the current clan lord of the Song clan, Song Wenfeng reached out to stroke the vermilion pillar. People's hearts are fickle. Back when Dechu was destroyed and Zhao Yi took over the city, he quickly revealed the details of the Great Formation. However, after we drove away that vassal king of Liang, someone else ran over to tell us the inside story of the Great Formation. They said that Zhao Yi had only destroyed half of the formation back then. Your Majesty, take a look. One thing was sold in 2 parts, and both parts were sold at sky-high prices. Isn't that amazing? This old subject used to be a pedantic scholar who only read books and wasn't much better off than Tang Jiahe, who had fled to the depths of the mountains and forests. However, after watching from the sidelines for 20 years, I finally understood that in the bustling world of fame and fortune, who isn't a merchant? Ordinary merchants seek profit, while we scholars seek fame. Even after death, we want to leave our names in the annals of history. In the end, it's all the same. The old man seemed to have sensed a cold intent and subconsciously tugged at his collar and cuffs. Your Majesty, this old subject asks you to raise your head and look around. Who in Dachu's imperial court isn't waiting for a good price? Who isn't looking for a way out? There are quite a few people who are truly loyal to your Majesty, but unfortunately, they're no longer in the capital on the battlefield. They won't be able to escape death. Even if they're lucky enough to survive the battlefield, we won't let them live. I believe the Zhao clan of Liang will be happy to see this happen. Whether it's scholars killing scholars or scholars killing martial artists, they've never killed without spilling blood. The key is to kill them so that they won't be able to make a comeback in the annals of history. At some point, the Empress of Dachu was still sitting cross-legged. However, she was now facing the Jianghu with her back to the crowd. She had also put away the stacks of copper coins she had placed carefully before. "Are you trying to scare me?" she asked in a childish tone. "Are you trying to scare me?" Song Wenfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This felt like a grass saint had painstakingly written a flamboyant masterpiece. Next to the table stood an illiterate boor who asked how it was written. The boor replied that he didn't understand a single word. She continued, "Although I don't really understand what you're saying, I'm not scared." She actually had something she didn't say. "I was bullied since I was young." Song Wenfeng, who felt like she was playing the lute to a cow, suddenly felt a violent anger. She suddenly raised her hand and was about to slap this young woman. At that moment, the old man had never been so heroic. But suddenly, the ground shook violently. The old man almost crashed into a pillar. At the gate of the imperial city, two aggressive dragons pounced forward. Su Fengnian didn't pull out a blade. Instead, he raised both hands and spread his fingers. He actually grabbed the two large dragons' ferocious heads in a death grip. There was an explosion of light between his fingers. The two gusts of astral wind were majestic and fierce. They blew Su Fengnian's hair backwards. Su Fengnian pressed down with both hands. The black and white dragons were like coarse old oxen that had their heads forced down to drink water. Without any strength to struggle, they crashed into the water. Two enormous holes appeared on the left and right sides of Su Fengnian. The holes were as deep as the dragons were long. Su Fengnian looked at the expressionless short old man. "I didn't come to kill people, but don't push your luck." The old man 20 zhang away smiled coldly. He crossed his hands and drew a large circle in front of him. His chi rotated and rippled. In the end, it formed a wide and thick mirror. It was like lifting a basin of water and then removing the basin, but the basin of water was suspended in the air. The old man stared at the young king who seemed to be the leader of Jianghu and said with a fake smile, "This old man is just a ghost in a withered grave. But he still has a knot in his heart. He hasn't had a chance to compete with Cat Han Xianxia, so he still doesn't know who is the real number one in the finger profound realm." In the mirror, the tall buildings were vivid and lifelike. They were like pavilions in the sky, like a mirage, like a fairyland. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was the scene of the entire capital of West Chu. It was exactly the same. The old man stretched out a finger and tapped it gently. He tapped it again and again. A total of 5 times. In the sky above the capital of West Chu, it was like a thunder from the 9th heaven. It broke through the clouds and hit the young king's head. When the immortal was angry, 5 thunders would strike. The first thunder that attracted the heavens and earth exploded 3 feet above Su Fengnian's head. The turbulent qi scattered around Su Fengnian and flowed to the ground, instantly shaving off 3 inches of the ground. The old man's eyes showed a touch of surprise. But the old man was soon stunned. The second thunder did not hit the young king's head, but 10 feet above. The third one was even higher. As for the last one, it was really all bark and no bite. The unknown old man in front of him clearly used the remaining qi of West Chu as a shortcut to the celestial realm. What was left of the family was hers. And that silly girl would be depressed or happy for a long time even if she lost 1 or 2 copper coins. So Su Fengnian began to move forward without saying a word. The next moment, Su Fengnian stood behind the short old man. "You think you can compete with Han Xianxia for the number 1 in the finger profound realm?" It turned out that the old man's head was no longer in the hands of the young king. The old man surnamed Dechu, who had retired for many years, suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura soared. Su Fengnian casually threw the head to the ground in front of the 1600 iron armors. The head rolled and blood flowed. Chapter 1727. At this moment, 3 sword-bearing riders galloped along the imperial road. Among them, a loud and clear voice rang out behind Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian, retreat from the capital. When the 3 riders approached the imperial city gates, they all pulled out their longswords. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed the imperial road. These were all West Chu sword masters outside of Lu Dantian. Without batting an eyelid, Su Fengnian said, "Get out." When the 3 horses were about to rush out of the city gates, it was as if they had crashed into a wall as hard as iron. The horses' heads all shattered. Although the 3 famous Dechu sword masters sensed this, they abandoned their horses and leapt up. Each of them used the swords in their hands to stab at the invisible wall. But without exception, the long swords that didn't hold back at all broke with a bang. The swordsman with the greatest strength even crashed into the wall of energy. 3 thin needles pierced a large piece of rice paper. The paper didn't break, but the needles broke. The difference in strength could be seen at a glance. The 3 West Chu sword masters who had already injured their internal organs looked at each other in dismay. Su Fengnian didn't even turn his head. He looked at the armored imperial guards in the distance who seemed to be facing a great enemy despite their numbers and coldly said, "Get out of the way." When Su Fengnian took a step forward, the first layer of armor in front of him started to retreat a step. When Su Fengnian's right hand grabbed the soldiers crossing the river at his left waist, the dense infantry formation became more and more crowded. Finally, there were generals on the 4 city walls who gave the order to shoot arrows. But over 1,000 arrows were all less than 1 zhang away from the bowstring. They strangely stopped, then slowly turned their arrowheads. Over 1,000 ice-cold sharp arrowheads were like over 1,000 spitting venomous snakes. Some people gulped. Some people broke out in cold sweat. Some people trembled. But no one made a sound. No one retreated. The old man from the Jiang dynasty took a step forward. He crushed an item in his hand, then raised his fist and heavily hammered his chest. His originally tall and sturdy figure suddenly grew to a height of 14 feet, which was not something a mortal body could grow to. Golden light flowed. Looking at this familiar scene, Su Fengnian felt as if he was standing in front of the Imperial College again. He said in a deep voice, "Damn you!" The heavenly court war god raised his arms in front of his head. Su Fengnian's figure flashed past the armored infantry formation, and the river-crossing pawn in his right hand slashed at the golden giant's arm. The latter rammed open the gate of the palace. When Su Fengnian walked through the door, the golden giant who was kneeling in the dust stood up straight and said loudly, "Again!" Su Fengnian disappeared in a flash. The golden giant retreated again, leaving a deep trench in the hard ground. This time, there was no need for the golden giant to remind him. Su Fengnian had already smashed the indestructible golden body condensed from West Chu's luck into the ground with his saber. Su Fengnian raised his saber and walked forward. Behind him, gravel sputtered from the pit, and golden light shot out. The giant ran towards the back of the young man with large strides. He was as fast as lightning, and every step he took shook the ground. Su Fengnian's left hand held the Baoyang saber on his right waist. In fact, this cold saber had already been broken in the battle with Chen Zhibao at the Guangling River, and the river-crossing pawn had also shown slight cracks. In that battle, Su Fengnian had stabbed Chen Zhibao. The price was his shoulder being hit by the plum wine spear that had turned purple. Su Fengnian turned around and slashed with his left hand. Half of the cold saber was like the crescent moon at night. The golden giant's head was not cut off. Instead, he was sent flying, and his entire body crashed into the city wall. This giant, who was comparable to the great Vajra realm of Buddhism, used both hands to pry open the city wall and was about to break out to continue the battle. Su Fengnian leaned forward, held his saber with both hands, and rushed forward. Near the Jianghu waterside pavilion, news kept coming in. He Taixing's expression became more and more serious. Song Wenfeng's expression was uncertain. The young empress did not seem to care about the fierce battle over there. She looked at the dead still water surface, and occasionally a water column splashed up. Perhaps no one noticed a detail, and that was that the water level of this small lake had risen by more than 10 feet in just half a month. However, because the eunuchs and palace maids were new to West Chu, they did not know about the past. They only thought that it was normal for a small lake to be like this after spring. She rested her chin on her hands and stared into the distance. The lush greenery was full of vitality. This time, it was her turn to sneer. "Why, are you afraid?" Song Wenfeng sneered. "Does your majesty really think that the king of Bailiang can escape unscathed? Do you really think that you can escape with him?" It was a beautiful season with long grass and flying orioles. However, an oriole fell into the lake for some reason. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "I'm not leaving." Song Wenfeng said sternly, "Jiangxi, don't forget that you were born as a member of the Jiang family of Dechu. Even if you die, you should be a ghost of the Jiang family of Dechu. You can die anywhere in this world, but you can't die in Bailiang. That is not a place where you, Jiangxi, can rest in peace." Song Wenfeng was so angry that she laughed. She turned to stare at the young woman. This is the biggest joke in the world. The eldest son of Su Shao wants to rescue the emperor of the Jiang family of Dechu from this cage. Your Majesty, I, Song Wenfeng, ask you one last time as a subject of Dechu. Even if no one in Dechu stops you, do you dare to leave with him? How can you face the ancestors of the Jiang family? At this moment, an unfamiliar but warm voice sounded not far away. "Old bastard, can you shut up?" Song Wenfeng felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She didn't dare to turn around immediately. Song Qingshan and Song Maolin weren't much better. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taixing, was sweating profusely. The young man who had finally arrived was travel-worn. Some blood seeped out of his left shoulder. So he subconsciously wiped his left shoulder. He was like a farmer working in the fields. He wiped his sweat clean before knocking on the door so that his wife wouldn't see his tiredness. He Taixing quietly took a step back. When he moved, his iron armor clanked. This made the deputy commander, who was originally very satisfied with his luxurious armor, hate it for the first time. The young man made a gesture of looking around. Then, he purposely didn't look at the elegant Song family playboy. Instead, he smiled at the middle-aged man, Song Qingshan, and said, "Oh, you must be that Song Maolin. You look like a dog." Song Qingshan and Song Maolin's faces turned ashen at the same time. Song Wenfeng narrowed her eyes. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. As expected of an old fox who had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom for most of his life. Su Fengyan stretched out his finger and hooked it at the middle-aged Song Maolin in his eyes. "Song Maolin, you brat. Stand up. I want to talk to you." Song Qingshan was extremely angry. He angrily rebuked, "Su Fengyan, how dare you? This is my Dechu's capital." There was a slap. Song Qingshan, who had been slapped, flew out and landed heavily on the ground a few feet away. He twitched twice, and then it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The real Song Maolin was just about to speak when he was slapped in the same way. A certain person even muttered, "Motherf asterisk cur, his looks are worlds apart from mine. He dares to come out in broad daylight and pretend to be a ghost to scare people." In the waterside pavilion, her back was facing them. Her shoulders seemed to secretly move a little. Su Fengyan, whose gaze had been fixed on her, smiled knowingly. Seeing her, even if it was just her back, made him very happy. He Taixing, who didn't dare to breathe loudly, looked down and turned a deaf ear to the tragedy in front of him. Unfortunately, he was still kicked by the unreasonable young man. He was kicked into the air like a shrimp and broke into a thick willow tree. He spat out a large bowl of blood before fainting. Su Fengyan walked up the stairs step by step. Song Wenfeng retreated step by step. Only when he leaned against the pillar did he realize that there was nowhere to go. Su Fengyan pushed his head hard against the pillar. This secondary first-rank official, who was in charge of the province under Dechu, suddenly rolled his eyes and fell limp to the ground. She faced Jianghu, and he had his back to Jianghu. He tried to be as calm as possible and said softly, "Have you seen enough? If you have, Then come with me. She was silent. He continued, if you haven't seen enough, I can wait. She still didn't speak. After reuniting, the two were speechless for a long time. Su Fengyan repeated his previous words, but raised his voice, come with me. But she still didn't speak. Su Fengyan lowered his voice, okay? Jiang Si, who was no longer the pitiful servant girl in Bailiang Palace, raised her head slightly and said emotionlessly, they don't know. Don't you know? The Jianghu in front of her. Why did the water level rise in the first half of the month after the beginning of spring? Why did birds often fall from the sky outside the capital? Why did people feel a chill when they stayed by the lake for a long time? Because there were more than 100,000 swords hidden in the lake. They flew thousands of li from all over the world and landed in the small lake one after another. She said slowly, I've already asked Grandpa Lu to return the sword case to you. She didn't know if he really didn't know or was pretending not to know. He said softly, I received it. I'm waiting for you to go back and get it. She said flatly, you can go. He said, I won't bully you anymore. She grinned. Really? She was silent for a moment. You can go. Since I didn't go to the West Wall, I won't leave here for the rest of my life. If you don't go, either I die or you die. She suddenly stood up, still facing the small lake. As she stood up, so did the 100,000 real swords in the lake. The world was full of sword energy. She said angrily, you can go. Su Fengyan sat quietly by her side, looking at the pair of boots that she had placed in a crooked position. He bent down to arrange them neatly. When he bent down, he sniffled, his face full of tears. She couldn't see. Chapter 1728. After the lake of swords came out of the water, they piled up into a mountain, just like the island of Tianma Mountain in the center of the spring god lake. The tip of the swords pointed to the waterside pavilion. He wondered if the young vassal king would feel uneasy. From the beginning to the end, the Empress of West Chu, who had never looked at him, looked up and stared blankly at the famous swords, long swords, ancient swords, and new swords that she had borrowed from all over the world. Su Fengyan bent down and put his hands on his knees. He looked down at the pair of boots and said softly, I went to the Wudong Mountains vegetable garden last time. If it isn't taken care of, it will really be abandoned. What a pity. Last year, on New Year's Eve, I had people put up a spring festival couplet in your house on Mount Qingliang. I kept the things inside for you, but I didn't let anyone touch it and locked the door. Think about it, it hasn't been cleaned for so long. How dirty would it be? When my father was dying, he told me that no matter what, no matter how chaotic the world was, he would bring you home in the future. In his heart, you, Jiang and I, have always been the first daughter-in-law of the Su family. My father was like this, and my mother even more so. Su Fengyan, who didn't get a response, talked to himself and seemed very lonely. During this time, he seemed to feel that Song Wenfeng, who was lying on the ground, was too annoying. He waved his sleeve and threw her out of the waterside pavilion. There was also the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taixing, who had just shown signs of waking up. Before he could open his eyes, he was knocked unconscious again. If you feel that as the Empress of West Chu, you can't feel at ease if you just leave when the country is in danger, I can understand. However, I don't know if Chao Changqing has told you that West Chu's general trend is unstoppable. Therefore, your Dechu will leave 400 to 500 scholars behind to break out of the Melon continent and meet up with my great snow dragon cavalry. Then, we will return to Bailiang together. Many people have died in West Chu, but don't think that everyone died for you. It's not like that. The reason West Chu has risen and fallen so quickly is largely because of the true Dechu elders. After Chao Changqing re-established the country, some of them died in the deep mountains and forests. Even if they didn't die, they didn't become officials. They are truly disheartened, which is why there are these clowns from the Song family. And don't worry, the re-establishment of West Chu was originally an act of the Liang imperial court. It was something that Zhang Julu, Yuan Benshi, and Huan Wen had planned for a long time. First, they wanted to completely destroy the foundation of the spring and autumn period. A centipede dies but does not fall over. They wanted to make the Gangnam-do, especially the Jiangzhou scholar group, lose all hope. Secondly, the imperial court wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the separatist power of the various vassal kings and local generals. The imperial court did not care about the people of West Chu. In the end, half of the world's taxes came from Guangling. As long as the great enemy in the north, Beimeng, was still there, the imperial court would not truly kill the Guangling Dao. They would only focus on appeasing them. Finally, whether it was Liang Zhongshu Ling Qianglong or Huan Wen, both of them felt pity for the people of Guangling and definitely did not see them as enemies. One of the key points can be seen. Su Gong of the Gumu Su family led his troops south, which was actually a gesture of goodwill by the imperial court. This was like encircling 3 sides and releasing one side on the battlefield, giving the encircled side a chance of survival. It's not that the imperial court is very magnanimous, but if they pressed down on the border and did not allow the civil and military officials of West Chu to see any chance of survival, it would definitely be disadvantageous for the upcoming battle between Liyang and Beimeng. You have to know that West Chu's successive victories last year, especially in Xieshi border and Kojianghuai, had already exceeded the expectations of the imperial court. Therefore, it's no longer important whether West Chu has you, Emperor Jiangxi. It can even be said that without you and Chao Chongqing, fewer people will die in the Guangling Daoist battlefield. You've let go of Chao Chongqing. You didn't use Gu Jiantang and Wang Sui. You also gave up the hidden pawns in Beimeng. You didn't let the smoke of war rise in the Central Plains. Why can't you let go? Jiang and I suddenly stood up. He didn't put on boots, only socks. He walked to the waterside pavilion steps with his back facing the young man who didn't look like His Royal Highness at all. His cold voice didn't fluctuate at all. He pointed in the direction of Taiji Palace. I'm the last legitimate member of the Jiang family in Dechu. The former emperor died there. Why should I leave? Why should I leave? If it were you, and Beimeng's army broke through the border of Liangzhou and killed all the way to Mount Qingliang, would you, the king of Bailiang, leave? Su Fengnian didn't stand up. He looked up at her back. I won't leave, but you, Jiang and I, can. If you don't leave, I'll tie you up and leave. Jiang and I sneered. You're indeed the king of Bailiang who has 300,000 iron cavalry. Not only did you kill in Liang's capital, but you're also so domineering in Dechu's capital. She slowly turned around and suddenly said angrily, but Su Fengnian, don't forget that I'm no longer the maid from Mount Qingliang who can be bullied by anyone. I, Jiangxi, am the emperor of Dechu. I, Jiangxi, am also the master of all the swords in the world. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords shot out. An exquisite and historical waterside pavilion by the lake turned into a pile of ruins. Dust flew in the air and settled down. There was only a small section of the bench left, and Su Fengnian sat there motionlessly. Beside his feet, her pair of boots were spotless. The ground around Su Fengnian was filled with hundreds of swords that were stabbed in all directions. Sword chi lingered around them. Among them, the chi was as old as an old man, as lively as a budding young girl, as vigorous as a northwest soldier, as fierce as a fierce general on the battlefield, as graceful as a lady from a noble family, as lofty as a mountain and impregnable pass, and as deep as a boundless sea. Chapter 1729. Su Fengnian said softly, I've already reasoned with you, but you won't listen. Today, either you come with me, or I'll stay here and wait for you to come with me. I don't care if you're Jiangxi or Jiang and I don't care if you're the emperor of West Chu or a servant girl of Mount Qingliang. Su Fengnian grinned, but it was not frivolous, only mournful. In any case, you've already gotten used to my unreasonableness. Just get used to it again. Jiang and I, one of the 4 rouge appraisers, was up against Su Fengnian, one of the 4 martial appraisers. Between these 2 people who had a grudge against their country and their families, there was the height of the temple and the distance of Jianghu. Su Fengnian patted his clothes and slowly stood up. The 100,000 swords in the lake immediately buzzed and trembled. Even though Jiang Ni's internal energy had been sealed by the Song family's medicine, the 3 generations of scholars of the Song family could not imagine that the innate sword embryo Jiang and I, who even Li Chungang admired, had made rapid progress on the path of the sword. With a thought, with a will, It was a combination of flying swords and willpower. The murderous Jiang and I seemed to be too angry. Her body trembled, and those 100,000 sword mountains that seemed to have flown in from the heavens also began to shake violently. She stared at that young man and said through gritted teeth, "You really will die." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I know. You've been thinking about stabbing me to death for many years." Jiang and I suddenly raised her hand, and the 5 flying swords seemed to have received an immortal's edict. They immediately left the sword mountains and flew over, nailing themselves into the ground beside Jiang and I. Su Fengnian, who was standing in his original position, had already torn his sleeves. Jiang and I seemed to still be angry. Her 5 fingers trembled, and the 100,000 swords began to fall down the mountain, flying between her and Su Fengnian in a daze. She said with a trembling voice, "You want to die in Dachu's capital that much?" The scoundrel opposite her actually smiled and said, "Guess?" It was as if all the grievances that she had accumulated for a lifetime had exploded in an instant. Her eyes were red, and she reached out an arm to the side, holding a flying sword that appeared in her hand with the force of a thunderbolt. At the same time, the sword mountains slowly moved and finally hovered in the air above their heads, covering the sky and the sun. The light was dim, she finally could not see his face. Only heard her angrily shout, "Su Fengnian, are you going or not?" She heard his voice, "I'm not leaving." 1 sword mountain and 100,000 swords fell down like heavy snow, majestically and miserably on the ground, falling into the Jianghu. "Jiang, testis is 80 He muttered to himself, and no one could hear him. "In the past, I always bullied you. I liked to go to your room in the middle of the night and play tricks. I liked to suddenly climb out when you were drawing water from the well. I liked to throw snowballs at you when it was snowing. I liked to hide in a tree and wait for you to pass by to scare you. I knew you felt wronged and angry, but if I didn't bully you in those years, you wouldn't have bothered with me." Then he heard a sobbing voice. In that moment he closed his eyes, his face full of pain. "Su Fengnian, you forced me to do this." The sword above Su Fengnian's head turned to dust. But between the two of them, a flying sword flew past. A sword pierced his chest. The flying sword was not fast. But he did not dodge. In those years, Han Shengxian wanted him dead, Lu Haoshi wanted him dead, Wang Xinji wanted him dead, and the imperial astronomer wanted him dead. No matter how arrogant those opponents were, he, Su Fengnian, would never resign himself to death. He would only fight with his head held high and win. The sword pierced his chest. This sword could not even compare to Qi Jiajia's sword, could not compare to Beimang's Huang Qing's sword, could not compare to the swords of many people. But that sword, half was left in front of him, the other half was exposed behind him. At this moment, there was once a pair of man and woman in such a miserable state. Li Chungang and Lu Pao. She stood there in a daze. Su Fengnian opened his eyes, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm, as if he wanted to reach out and grab something. But in the end, he only lightly grasped the hilt of the sword and gave her a deep look. This travel-worn young man, who had rushed from Bailiang to Guangling, turned around, slowly pulled out the sword pierced through his chest, and casually threw it far away. He covered his bleeding chest and did not speak. He had traveled thousands of li, from the desolate border to the beautiful mountains and clear waters. His clothes had long been wrinkled, his boots worn out. He had thousands of words to say, but in the end he did not know where to start. To this world, it was like the young man who had crossed the river on the chessboard. He picked up the pawn and slowly wiped his palm across the blade. The pawn drank blood like a person drinking water, not leaving a single drop behind, all of it seeping into the blade. He squatted down and placed the pawn near the pair of boots. "If someone bullies you in the future, break this blade. Even if I am thousands of li away, I will rush over in an instant." He paused for a moment, then said hoarsely, "Even if I am already dead at that time, I will come from the netherworld to the world of the living to see you again." Then he stood up and shouted to the heavens and earth, "Whoever dares to kill Jiang and I, Su Fengnian, will kill him." When he finished speaking, he raised his arm to cover his eyes and did not put it down for a long time. He took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. Her hand was still stretched out in the distance, as if she wanted to grab something. Her face suddenly turned snow-white, her other hand covering her mouth, but scarlet blood still seeped out from between her 5 fingers. But that hand that wanted to grab something was not willing to put it down. She really wanted to turn her head. She really wanted to see a smiling face. She wanted to see a guy who had been expressionless for many years smiling at her. She turned her head. He was not here. Chapter 1730. In the night, the capital of West Chu was ablaze with lights. Some people were happy while others were sad. The gates of the palace, which had already been locked during the night, opened one by one. A carriage that did not conform to the rules and etiquette slowly drove in. A withered old man without an official's robe stepped out. The new head eunuch of the ceremony directorate was about to go forward to support him when he was waved away by the old man. The old man followed the head eunuch of Dachu, who had inexplicably become the #1 eunuch in Dachu. The latter felt uneasy. He didn't know why the old grand preceptor insisted on visiting the palace in the middle of the night to have an audience with the emperor. He also didn't know why the emperor wanted to meet the head of the secretariat in Taiji Palace. The gates of Taiji Palace were wide open. Sun Shiji struggled to walk up the steps. The lights in the palace flickered. The old man could faintly see the figure of the emperor. The head eunuch felt a heavy atmosphere like a storm was coming. The emperor of Dachu did not sit high on the dragon chair to wait for the old man. She did not walk out of the palace to welcome the stabilizing force of the Dachu dynasty. She stood behind the threshold of the palace, wearing a dragon robe. Her hands were behind her back. She had an arrogant attitude that kept people 1,000 miles away. Sun Shiji stopped a dozen steps away from the door of the palace and gazed at her. The old man's weathered face became increasingly bitter. It was not only because of the insidious assassination attempt that had occurred in the manner of the head of the secretariat. It was more because the woman in front of him had for the first time openly shown her resistance. It made the old man feel both discouraged and guilty. After the head eunuch bowed and retreated far away from the palace, Sun Shiji slowly said, "Your Majesty, the Song family has let down Dachu. They have let down the scholars of Dachu. I, Sun Shiji, am blind. I cannot absolve myself from the blame." The woman with her back to the lights in the palace interrupted Sun Shiji. "As an official, shouldn't you kneel in front of the ruler of a country?" The old man, whom even the previous emperor of Liang treated with respect, did not become angry. On the contrary, he felt relieved. Sun Shiji patted his sleeves and knelt down without hesitation. "I, Sun Shiji, head of the Secretariat of Dachu's Ministry of Secretariat, greets your Majesty." She sneered and said, "Tonight, the head of the Secretariat did not wear official robes and entered the palace to meet the emperor. Zhen considered that you are already old, so Zhen will not blame you. If you have something to say, then say it. We are all ears." Sun Shiji kept his head down and used all his strength to say in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the Song family cannot be trusted. Many of the civil officials in the central government cannot be trusted. Even I, Sun Shiji, do not trust them. However, I implore your Majesty to trust the 200,000 soldiers on the front lines. I implore your Majesty to not take out your anger on the heroes who died for Dachu. Don't." The Dachu Empress Jiangxi rudely interrupted the old man for the second time. "Vent your anger? Don't forget that we are standing right in front of you, just 10 steps away from you. If I really want to vent my anger on you, do you really think you can live past sunset?" She raised her voice. "The Song family is blind, but I can tell you, Sun Shiji, even if there is no Chao Changqing in the capital and no imperial guards loyal to me, I can still kill all the traitors who dare to betray the Jiang family of Dachu." Sun Shiji's palms were pressed against the cold ground. His hands were cold, and his heart was even colder. After a moment of silence, the old man could only hear the endless sorrow in her words. "I have 100,000 swords. They were originally used to kill the Liang army, not the people of Dachu, and definitely not." The old man could no longer hear what she said after that. Sun Shiji knelt there, speechless. The door suddenly closed. Through the door, the Dachu Empress sneered and said, "You can leave. Sun Shiji, please rest assured. Dachu, please rest assured." Since I am the daughter of the previous emperor, I will die in the palace like the previous emperor." The old man stood up with difficulty and looked at the door. The head of the secretariat, who had been refused entry, turned and left. He walked down the steps of the Dan Emperor carved with golden dragons and auspicious clouds. The submissive eunuch of the ceremony directorate stood there quietly like a night owl, waiting for a long time. This old man, who had been able to enter the central government of Dachu when he was just 20 years old, only now realized that the number of times he had taken the initiative to talk to eunuchs could be counted on one hand. The old man laughed at himself. Tonight, he still did not open his mouth to exchange pleasantries. He left the palace without saying a word. In a secluded little courtyard where the lights were waning, she sat alone on the threshold wearing a dragon robe. A pair of rough brocade boots were neatly placed beside her feet, and a knife was placed horizontally across her knees. She lowered her head and took out the copper coins that she had treasured for many years, placing them from one end of the scabbard to the other. She was regarded as the owner of Dachu's empire, but she had always felt that the only thing that truly belonged to her was these copper coins. The two seniors that she trusted the most in her life, the old man wearing a sheepskin coat and the uncle waiting for the order, both regarded her as a rare genius in the way of the sword. However, during the last and only time that she traveled with Li Chungang in Jianghu, she was always unwilling to practice swordsmanship with Li Chungang. 60 years ago, many Jianghu masters yearned to receive a few words of advice from Li Chungang. She did not know why, perhaps because she had seen that person practice the knife and felt that it was too difficult and too frightening, so she did not dare to practice swordsmanship. She only knew that she was timid. She had been timid for so many years and had been bullied for so many years. Why did she have to practice swordsmanship when she could easily study and earn money? In fact, there was one thing that she did not dare to admit at that time. What if one day she really became an immortal on Earth after practicing swordsmanship? Would she really stab him to death? No matter how rebellious the old bastard Song Wenfeng was, there was one thing that he said that reflected the thoughts of many old people of Dachu. That was, even if Bailiang was the place where Jiang and I lived, it was definitely not a place where she could rest in peace. The Su family and the Jiang family were not ordinary neighbors who clashed with each other. Instead, the Su family's cavalry trampled Dachu's mountains and rivers. It was Su Shao who personally forced the Dachu's late emperor and Dachu's empress to death. It was Su Fengnian's father who personally killed the parents of the new Dachu's emperor, Jiang Si. However, if that was the case, it was not impossible for her, who had long had vague memories of Dachu and who was used to hiding whenever something happened, to leave the capital. It was already so difficult for Bailiang, which was sandwiched between Liang and Beimang. Then the person who took over the burden from his father not only had to face the million-strong army of Beimang, but also had the wary Central Plains and the imperial court behind him. What if he took her away today? How would the emperor who took away Dachu face the people of the world? How would the people of the world curse him? In the first battle, the Bailiang cavalry had already lost more than 100,000 men. Would the Bailiang cavalry, who could have died a heroic death on the battlefield of Liangmang, have to die just because of a fox spirit like her, who could bring disaster to the country and the people? Could he really not feel guilty about this? Chapter 1731. She was a coward who was very afraid of taking responsibility. In the past, she was just a servant girl who would secretly curse people when she was washing clothes. Even if she could be heartless and not care about anything, pretending to be at ease behind you, Su Fengnian, there would be no place for you to feel at ease. She knew that in the territory of Dachu, in the past 20 years, many common people had privately said that the reason for the destruction of Dachu was because of her mother, whose face she had long forgotten. Otherwise, how could the magnificent Dachu, with its wise ruler, gathered civil officials, generals skilled in battle and common people living in peace and happiness, lose to the barbarian Li Yang in the north, who didn't even know the etiquette between ruler and official? She didn't want to believe this, but sometimes she was still afraid. She was afraid that she would become his femme fatale. If it was 3 years ago, when she didn't understand anything, when she only felt that a man and a woman should be together as long as they liked each other, she would have left with him. But after entering Guangling Road, Although she didn't understand the general situation of the world, after thinking about it and imagining countless scenes of reunion after parting for a long time, in the end, she realized that she didn't dare to leave, that she couldn't leave. She didn't know how many times she hid in her blankets and secretly cried. She didn't know how many times her palms were sweaty when she met with her officials. She didn't know how many times she wanted to fly on her sword to the Northwest Pass to see him, or to see Mount Qingliang in the distance, or to see the little vegetable garden on Mount Wudong. She clutched her chest, but her heart still ached. In the waning light, she missed him very much. She was actually very happy that he came to find her. She really wanted to tell him that she regretted stabbing him with her sword. In the years to come, you can hate me, but don't dislike me. She raised her head, her face full of tears, and sobbed softly, even if you don't like me, you can only dislike West Chu's Jiangxi. You can't dislike Jiang and I. Looking from the top of the city wall, one could see the lights of tens of thousands of homes. There was a young man sitting quietly on the top of the city wall, like a lonely ghost with nowhere to go. His back was to the outside of the city, facing the inside of the city. Every once in a while, his body would sway, and blood would seep out of the wound on his chest that was hastily bandaged. A tall woman dressed in white hesitated for a long time before finally coming to his side. She said sadly, "Why bother? You're fighting an entire country by yourself." The young man was silent. The tall and beautiful woman sighed and said, "Although West Chu doesn't have much fate left, it's still not something you can easily fight against alone. Especially when you were injured in the battle with Chen Zhibao on the Guangling River. Since things are already like this, why do you want to stay here and make things worse?" In the eyes of a Qi refinement warrior, she could see the giant pillar of providence that stood in the center of West Chu's capital city. White flood dragons were constantly separating from it and pouncing on her, crashing into her body. This was West Chu's true killer move against the Earth Immortals. As for the two city guards, they were not even worth mentioning. The young man was still looking at the distant palace city. He said calmly, "Tantai Pingjing, actually I know that according to fate, there are actually two people whom the heavenly axiom hates to win against Su Fengyan. Other than Xie Guaning, who raised a flood dragon in a bowl, there's also you, the sect master of the Guanyin sect. However, in the battle of the imperial astronomer, Xie Guaning was beaten to a pulp. Ancestor Lu, who was either a heaven immortal or an earth immortal, appeared. Unfortunately, Hong Shixiang was still unwilling to accept the second recruitment by the heavenly axiom. Therefore, I also know that after Xie Guaning's fate was greatly injured, the person who benefited the most was actually you. Therefore, I'm waiting for you to make a move. Instead of waiting for you and me to become enemies in the future, instead of worrying about you ruining my Baoyang's fate in the future, it's better to have a clean end between you and me now." Tantai Pingjing's expression was complicated. Su Fengyan coughed a few times and said slowly, "Before you decide to make a move, the two of us can be considered as friends. Why don't you have a chat with me?" Tantai Pingjing nodded and said, "Okay." Su Fengyan, whose feet were hanging outside the wall, smiled and said, "Guess who I envy the most among all the people of the pugilistic world?" Tantai Pingjing thought for a moment and asked, "Is it not Li Chenggang?" Su Fengyan shook his head and said, "No." Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "Mount Hui's Xianyuan Jingqing?" Su Fengyan suddenly turned his head and was a little flustered. He scolded jokingly, "You're courting death. Admiration is admiration, but I don't want to be Xianyuan Jingqing." Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. Su Fengyan looked into the distance again. The city was full of lights, as if he was looking up at the bright stars of summer and autumn. "I envy Dong Tai the most. He doesn't care about the ups and downs of the pugilistic world, and he doesn't care about the treacherous clouds in the palace. After leaving the Wu family's sword tomb, he has no more grievances and no more attachments. He is all alone in the world, riding a donkey and looking at the mountains and rivers. I believe that if one day this peach blossom sword god suddenly falls in love with a girl, he and she will be free and unfettered." Tantai Pingjing said with emotion, "I really didn't expect it to be Dong Tai." Su Fengyan crossed his hands on his knees and said, "Yes." Tantai Pingjing sat beside him and was actually a little taller than him. Why didn't she leave? Su Fengnian thought for a moment and said, probably because she has grown up. I'm actually not as sad as you think. Tantai Pingjing said, then you are still very sad. Being stabbed in the heart by your sweetheart is like being stabbed in the heart. It would be strange if you weren't sad. Su Fengnian snorted coldly. He didn't refute or admit it. Tantai Pingjing squinted and said softly, in this life, everyone has their own destiny. Some people are always able to do what they want to do and are very lucky. Some people are always able to do what they want to do and are very happy. And some people can only do what they should do and some people can only do what others think they should do. Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. It affected his wound again and he coughed heavily a few times. Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to raise her hand and pat his back a few times. But in fact, she didn't even move her fingers. She was in a dilemma. Su Fengnian shook his head gently and suspected that he was imagining things. He said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be able to comfort people. Will the sun rise from the west tomorrow? Tantai Pingjing was expressionless. But even if she wasn't angry, her mood wouldn't be much better. So not long after she sat down, she stood up again. Su Fengnian looked up curiously. She said unhappily, I'm hungry. Let's go for a midnight snack. Only when you are full will you have the strength to fight. Tantai Pingjing flew from the top of the city wall into the city. Su Fengnian laughed softly behind her. Silly big guy, although the memory left by your master is very fragmented, I can tell you one thing. He cared about you very much. At least when he left the world, he was still worried that you would be hungry. Tantai Pingjing's face flushed instantly and she almost fell to the ground. After she left, he continued to look at the palace city. Looking at her. Wanting to be together forever. It seemed that a Taoist saint once said that it was better to forget each other than to help each other in times of need. After sitting for a long time, Su Fengnian, who was drowsy, suddenly stood up and stood on the top of the city wall between the city and the city. The next day, a person was lying on a beam and dozing off. He was leisurely and happy. Chapter 1732. Today's Dachu court conference was gloomy and gloomy. This made many mid-level officials, who temporarily did not have the qualifications to enter the hall, feel at a loss. In particular, the three members of the Song family, who were usually like the sun in the midday sky, did not appear. Not only that, it was rumored that the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of Rights, and more than a dozen other influential officials had all resigned due to illness. It was the emperor who had ordered Qi Su, the deputy commander of the palace guards, who had suddenly taken sole power overnight, to lead soldiers to each of the manors to invite the various officials to participate in today's court conference. As a result, this group of important people from different camps and different mountains appeared late together, attracting attention. Regarding the turmoil in the capital yesterday, most of them had heard of it. However, that disturbance had occurred within the imperial city, and the entire city had been placed under martial law very quickly. Many of the officials had only received bits and pieces of information. However, there was no doubt that the northern Liang vassal king had caused quite a bit of trouble. His arrogant declaration that had been heard throughout the city had shocked many people, left many people at a loss, and made many people angry. Not to mention others, just speaking of the young talents of Dachu inside and outside the court conference hall, which one of them did not feel grief and indignation? When everyone stepped into the hall, they realized that the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate had also changed his face. The emperor, who was supposed to enter the hall later, was already sitting on the dragon throne. Her eyes were cold. For the first time, many officials felt the majesty of the empress. Important officials like the Minister of Personnel, Yuan Shanhong, and the Assistant Minister of Rights, Guishi, unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to face the young woman. In the past, almost all of the civil and military officials who held office in the capital and could participate in the court conference had a tacit understanding. Regardless of wind and rain, regardless of whether it was hot summer or snowfall, without exception, they all viewed the daily court conference as a pleasing event and never saw it as a difficult journey. The reason was simple. Dachu's emperor was not only a young woman in her prime, but she was also one of the 4 beauties of the Rouge Review. Looking at the emperor sitting high on the dragon chair and wearing a dragon robe, even if it was just a glimpse out of the corner of one's eye, one would feel relaxed and happy. Last year, when Dachu's power was at its greatest, there was an elegant joke. There was a young general in Dachu who had made a name for himself in the court. In defeating Yang Shenxing and Yan Jinchuan, the 2 great generals of Liyang, he had made illustrious military achievements. When he followed the main general, Xie Shibian, into the capital to meet the emperor, he actually blushed during the symbolic monarch and official question and answer session in the court assembly. It was as if he was suffering from a mental illness. He couldn't say a single word, causing the entire hall to roar with laughter. If it weren't for the head of the secretariat, Sun Shiji, who was sitting on the chair, quickly shouting for them to stop, the laughter would probably have traveled far into the hall. Today's court conference was no longer as harmonious as before. Most of the officials sitting toward the back of the hall secretly craned their necks and sized up the head of the secretariat, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. They tried to see some clues from the face of this old man, who was known to be the most important person in the world. Unfortunately, other than the old man not leaning back slightly like before and doing his best to sit upright and still, there was no strange expression on his face. Compared to the numerous civil officials who were walking on thin ice, the military officials in the court were much calmer. He Taixing, who had a smooth career in Dachu's officialdom, had disappeared. It was not that his family had not inquired about the news. They had even gone to the Song family to visit, but the door to the Song manor was tightly shut. Last night, the other deputy commander who held military power also did not return home. However, at least some news had spread out from the royal palace. It was not to the extent that he would lose his position and be imprisoned. No matter what was said, there were only about 20 or so seats in the Jingdo and Jingji army that could be used in public. All of a sudden, there were 2 fewer seats. This meant that many people could take advantage of the situation and move forward. This was a good thing. Now that their positions were higher, even if there was a day when the person sitting on the dragon chair was changed, even if the official hat of West Chu was worthless, the possibility of it being exchanged for a protective talisman or a life-saving talisman was greater. Otherwise, who would take a minister-counselor of the 6 ministries seriously? If they really wanted to settle accounts in the future, if the official hat on their heads was not high enough and their status was not high enough, then they could be removed. Lu Xingxiang and Wu Zhongshuan did not even have to greet the Emperor of Great Peace City or the Ministry of Justice. The head eunuch who was supposed to be the head of the ceremony directorate shouted, "I have something to report." However, this head eunuch who was supposed to be proud of his success kept a straight face and did not show any signs of opening his mouth. The Empress of Dachu sat there. In the past, she always gave people a feeling of restlessness. At this moment, she seemed extremely high and mighty, like a monarch who had accumulated great prestige from ruling the world for many years. She went straight to the point and said, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have heard too much from all of you. Today, all of you just need to listen to me. There is no need for you to say anything." Some people had already begun to shrink their necks and swallow their saliva. It was to the extent that everyone forgot to kneel in the main hall. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Yuan Shanhong, happened to be standing behind the Minister of Personnel. Because he was looking down, he happened to see the minister's legs trembling. Was this still the Yuan Lianhua who was known as the best talker in the world? Was this still the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel who was always high-spirited in court and even dared to make trouble for the frontline commander, Xie Shibian? The first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains, Jiangxi, looked down at the group of civil and military officials. The room was full of purple and yellow crowns. Outside the door, there were a few officials who realized that they should have stood up after kneeling. They looked into the main hall with blank faces and looked at her. Then, they quickly lowered their heads under her gaze. She said in a low voice, "The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taixing, has been sentenced to death. The former deputy commander, Gu Sui, has been transferred to the position of deputy general of the Southern Jingji Army." He Taixing was dead. Although the high-ranking officials in the imperial court had already made some guesses based on the clues, when they actually heard the news, their faces were still full of shock and fear. It was inevitable that they felt some sympathy for the death of the rabbit. It was not that the life and death of the boorish man, He Taixing, was important. Rather, it meant that the Song family, which dominated Dachu's court, had really collapsed. Since even the Song household, which had 3 ministers, had completely lost power, then who in the imperial court could live to 100 years old? The scariest thing was that the head of the Hall of Secretaries, who had always been on good terms with the Song family, did not seem surprised at all. He still did not open his eyes. The Gu family, which was slightly inferior to the Song family, was still a behemoth with deep roots in Dachu. The former deputy commander, Gu Sui, was the eldest grandson of the current provincial right servant, Gu Yang. However, the Gu family was criticized by Gu Sui's elders. In the Gu family's second branch, there were 3 people who had been in Liang for many years. It was just that their career in Gangnam-do was not smooth. Furthermore, when West Chu was reinstated this time, none of the 3 Gu family members, whose official positions were only the size of a sesame seed, were willing to return to their roots. They even quickly wrote a letter of severance to the family. Under Gu Yang's personal supervision, the 3 people's names were removed from the family tree. At that time, many officials treated the Gu family's dirty laundry as a joke. When the Liang army came to encircle them from 4 fronts, everyone suddenly realized. Hearing that the eldest grandson of the eldest son was only going to be a deputy general of the southern Jingji army, Gu Yang lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. However, the young emperor's next words were no less shocking than thunder in his ears. The provincial right servant, Song Wenfeng, was ordered to die. Gu Yang, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was shocked. What if the word left was changed to right? While he was shocked, he could not help but ask himself, if he was really ordered to die, what would Gu Yang do? What would the entire family do? After looking at each other, a third-rank civil official, who was well known in the imperial court, immediately walked out of the ranks. He held a jade tablet in his hands and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, "I would like to ask your majesty, why did your majesty order Sir Song to die? I would also like to ask, why was Sir Song sentenced to death?" After 2 seemingly rude questions, this official, who was related to the Song household by marriage for several generations, simply raised his head and stared at His Majesty's face. He continued to ask, "I have one last question. The previous emperor had once bestowed the Song family with the red ink iron certificate, publicly promising that the Song family could share the world with the Jiang family of Dachu for generations to come. After this official publicly defied the emperor's edict, almost all the officials in the imperial court began to nod their heads vigorously. Their indignation was evident in their words and expressions. He took a step forward, not caring that he had just said one last question, and that there would soon be a 4th question. He said righteously, "I would like to ask your majesty, could it be that your majesty was not born of the Jiang family of Dachu? Otherwise, how could you dare to go against the previous emperor? If I remember correctly, with that red ink iron certificate, the descendants of the Song family could avoid death 4 times." At this time, no one was paying attention to whether the Secretary of State, Sun Shiji, had his eyes open or closed. Chapter 1733. The old man sitting on the chair gripped the edge of the chair with his withered hands, breathing with difficulty. Dachu's emperor, Jiangxi, did not panic at all. With a half-smile, he said, "The red ink iron certificate bestowed by the previous emperor? Of course, I remember, but you probably don't. Taizu once said that anyone who committed a great crime of rebellion would be executed." The official was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. He looked around as if he had gone mad. How laughable, how laughable! In the long history of the Chu dynasty, there has never been an official who was given a certificate and executed. I didn't think that I would be so lucky to meet His Majesty, the emperor who has opened up a new era. The Hanlin scholar, who was known for his elegance, suddenly raised the jade tablet high up and smashed it viciously on the floor of the hall. It instantly shattered. His voice was like the mournful cry of a dragon and phoenix. The Hanlin scholar, who had frightened everyone, said clearly, "I don't want to be an official like this." Then, just as he turned to leave the hall, the old grand tutor, Sun Shiji, who was already at the end of his life, slapped the edge of the chair and shouted angrily, "What a scandal! Li Zhangji, even if you want to hang up your seal and resign, you should wait until the court session ends before you can leave the hall. Otherwise, you should go straight to the imperial prison yourself. There's no need for the Ministry of Justice to interrogate you." The Hanlin scholar froze on the spot and snorted heavily. Although he was not afraid, in the end he did not walk out of the hall. Instead, he swaggered back to the ranks of the officials. With Li Zhangji taking the lead, the civil and military officials, who had always believed in hiding knives in their sleeves but had to maintain harmony on the surface, felt their backs straighten a little. The young female emperor's inexplicable madness began to seem a bit like a self-amusing joke. Yes, the court was full of civil and military officials. Behind them were so many powerful families that would rise again with the spring breeze regardless of the rise and fall of the dynasties. As long as we are of the same breath and branch, do we really fear a young woman without the support of Cao Changqing? Furthermore, looking at the situation, the old grand tutor was only tolerating her crazy actions and did not support them. Jiang Si shot a glance at the Hanlin Academy scholar who looked like a victorious general on the battlefield. He sneered and said, "Li Zhangji, I heard that you claim to be an ancient and modern scholar. You don't even need to look at them. You can only judge the good and bad based on your nose?" Just as Li Changji flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to refute, Qing Wenyu, a famous scholar of the same generation in the literary world who had been the most critical of Li Changji, walked out of the ranks unexpectedly. He didn't even hold up the jade tablet. Instead, he held it in one hand and said with a smile, "Although the scholars of the Dechu have no objections to Master Li's poetry and prose, Your Majesty must know that even this old man of the Song family in Liang, the son of this old man Song, once commented that writing is like a fierce general on the battlefield commanding troops, in a fierce battle without rest. It is also like a ruthless official handling a case, scrupulous to the end, strict but not lenient. Although it is a little biased and fair, it can be said to be extremely powerful. Your Majesty, let's not talk about Master Li's ability as an official, but this essay, although Cheng Wenyu didn't say the last half of his sentence, the meaning behind his words was very clear. Li Changji's scholarly essay was definitely not something that Jiang Si could comment on. What was even more thought-provoking was not the common cynicism and ridicule that scholars were used to. Of course, for a court official to directly face the monarch and ridicule him, there was no lack of unyielding people in history, but there certainly weren't many. Cheng Wenyu's magnificent feat was still very praiseworthy. Perhaps in the future, it would go down in history and be written about by later generations of historians. Other than that, what was really worth chewing on was Cheng Wenyu's righteous words on behalf of his sworn enemy in the literary world. This meant that not to mention the other officials, even Li Changji, who was at the very least attached to the towering tree of the Song family at that time, was no longer fighting alone. The two aristocratic families behind Cheng Wenyu had been forcefully pulled onto the Song family's ship that should have already sunk into the Guangling River. This wasn't adding flowers to brocade, but rather firmly helping to light the lamp in the darkroom. Following Cheng Wenyu's departure from the ranks, a knowing smile rose to the corners of the lips of many officials who had been frightened because of their dirty dealings. Very quickly, an official from the back row also stepped out. However, he didn't have Li Changji's heroic spirit that reached the clouds, nor did he have Cheng Wenyu's noble character and unquestionable integrity. He only trembled with fear as he spoke to the emperor. After all, the Song family had been Dechu's cornerstone for 300 years. The war between the two countries was raging like a raging fire. Blaming the Song family at this time would chill the hearts of the soldiers on the front lines. Jiang Si was indifferent. Sun Shiji turned his head to look at the young emperor with regret and pleading. He regretted that she shouldn't have suddenly used such a strong medicine on Dechu, a critically ill patient. He prayed that she wouldn't let her emotions affect her decisions. As the emperor of a country, he could hide a needle in silk floss. He could be gentle in his methods. He could be flexible in his methods. If he wanted to condemn someone, he could always find a pretext. He could deliberately cultivate factions in the court to maintain balance. He could even privately feel that the saying, "water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat," did not make sense. However, he couldn't allow himself to become a true, lonely person. He couldn't allow himself to become the public enemy of all the civil and military officials in the court. After all, when the flood reached the heavens, the people who were in the same boat as him were precisely those officials in the court. If the person who sat on the dragon throne ended up in a situation where everyone in the boat was the enemy of the country, then there would really be a change of dynasty. Sun Shiji's lips trembled. The old man no longer had the strength to speak loudly. He could only repeat in a low voice that sounded like he was mumbling to himself, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider," Xianxia said expressionlessly. "Oh? Did this old man of the Song family, who lost his integrity in his later years, say that? Zhen has never heard of it. Zhen has only heard from Chao Changqing that you, Li Changji, only have the air of a paper craftsman, the air of a scholar of the same weight, and the air of a refined scholar. Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu, these two literary giants of Dechu's scholarly world who could summon the wind and summon the rain, felt as if they were struck by lightning at the same time. They didn't know how to respond. Chao Changqing. He had always been the person with the most detached status in Dechu. Ever since he received the imperial edict to enter the palace and become a chess piece awaiting the imperial edict, he had been the most proud person in West Chu. When Li Mi lost to him on the chessboard, Yi Baikue laughed and said, "If there's you on the Dechu battlefield, then there won't be me." Tang Jia, who was known as the omniscient master of miscellaneous studies, even told people that if there was something I didn't know, I should ask Chao Changqing. When Dechu's mountains and rivers were intact, it was like this. After Dechu became West Chu, it was even more so. Suddenly, Song Jingde, the deputy general of the Imperial Guard in Dechu, who was born in a rich and powerful family, seemed to be talking to himself. He said in a low voice, "In this time of crisis, dare I ask where is Chao Changqing?" When Sun Shiji, who was not paying attention to, heard this sentence, he slumped against the back of the chair. The old man closed his eyes, his breathing was weak. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court, those high-ranking officials, all sneered incessantly, while those officials in the back kept quiet out of fear. Jiang Si wanted to say something but hesitated. She was filled with anger, but she couldn't say anything. She suddenly walked down from the dragon chair, walked to the chair, squatted down, and gently held the old man's withered hand, which was trembling so powerlessly. Sun Shiji could no longer speak. He tried his best to open his eyes. In his eyes, there was only the pity and kindness of an elder looking at the younger generation. She wanted to say something. She wanted to say, "I'm sorry." But the old man used the last of his energy to shake his head slightly. The old man seemed to want to laugh and say to her, "You've already done very well. Don't feel guilty, don't feel guilty." In the Dechu dynasty, which was once the orthodox dynasty of the Central Plains, this old man who slowly closed his eyes seemed to be satisfied with his achievements at the age of 20. After 60 years of merits and demerits, honor and disgrace, there was nothing left to say. After the old man closed his eyes, his withered hand, which was covered in age spots and had no flesh, seemed to push this female emperor. It was as if he wanted to push her out of this smoke-filled imperial court, push her very far away, push her out of the northwestern frontier. When all the civil and military officials in the imperial court saw this scene, they all had complicated thoughts. There was a soft cough that sounded above everyone's heads. Other than Emperor Jiangxi, who suddenly stood up and raised her head, no one else noticed. She saw a young man who had been sleeping on a beam sit up and smile at her. Originally, even if everyone on the boat was an enemy nation, she didn't feel wronged. She also didn't fear that they would reveal their true intentions. But for some reason, after seeing him, she felt that she had suffered a great grievance. She knew that she was unreasonable. In fact, she had always been much more unreasonable than him. But she just wanted to let him know that she felt wronged in front of him. She liked him, so she didn't want to reason with him. He liked her, so he had to reason with her. There was no reason to reason with this kind of reason. She shed tears, but her face also flushed red. She was somewhat embarrassed. Lowering her head wasn't enough. She even turned her head away, not daring to look at him. In the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. It wasn't because of the emperor's strange actions. Instead, it was because a young man with a war blade at his waist floated down from above to land next to the emperor of Dechu. He gently placed one hand on her head and the other hand on the hilt of his blade. Facing all of them, facing the civil and military officials of Dechu inside and outside the Great Hall, he smiled and said, "Chao Changqing is not here, but I, Su Fengnian am." Chapter 1734. In the main hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After Sun Shiji closed his eyes and passed away, Tang Shi became the most senior official in Dechu's court. This old man had always chosen to stand by and watch during the previous farce. The Huai Tang family was not one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period. They rose during the founding of Dechu, flourished during the golden age of Dechu, and declined during the last years of Dechu. It could be said that the Huai Tang family was the one that truly shared weal and woe with the Jiang family of Dechu. After the fall of Dechu, no one from the Tang family entered the Liyang officialdom. After the restoration of West Chu, the Tang family was one of the first families to respond to Chao Changqing. Although everyone knew that Tang Shi and Sun Shiji did not have the same political views, it was a true dispute between gentlemen. They each had their own cliques, and there had never been any internal strife. Tang Shi was probably the first official to notice that Sun Shiji's light was about to be extinguished. At that time, Tang Shi did not feel happy at all. Instead, it was as if he had a bad neighbor who had quarreled with him for a lifetime but had never fought with him. The old man did not look at the emperor. He stared at the legendary young vassal king and asked calmly, "The king of Bailiang did not leave Dechu's capital yesterday? Did you come here today to kill people and obtain the merit of quelling the rebellion?" Without waiting for Su Fengnian to answer, the old man raised his arm and pointed at his head with a jade tablet. He smiled and said, "If that is the case, why don't you start with me, Tang Shi? Dechu's Huai Tang is in charge of political affairs, secondary first rank. I think my head has some weight." Soon, a military official stepped forward. It was the burly man who had asked, "May I ask where Chao Changqing is?" He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone says that the king of Bailiang's martial arts are top-notch. Then, Dechu's military officials will start with me, Zhao Yunhao. I hope that the king of Bailiang will not despise me, Dechu's Jinan general, for not having a prominent official position. Dechu could be destroyed, or it could be destroyed by the Liyang army. The only thing they couldn't do was to fall into the hands of the Su family again." Su Fengnian's hand pressed down on Jiang Ni's head slightly increased in strength, indicating that she should not speak. He looked at the civil and military figures, one in front and one behind, and then raised his gaze to look even further into the distance. With a smile, he said, "Okay, Teacher Tang, Zhao Yunhao, this king will remember the two of you. Wait a moment. 2 was too little. If this king wanted to kill them, he would kill them both. Then who would be willing to give up their heads as a gift?" General Zhao was right. Chao Changqing wasn't in the capital, so they couldn't think of anyone who could stop this king from killing people. The Minister of Appointments, Gu Yang, Hanlin Academy scholar, Li Changji, Qing Wenyu, Assistant Minister of Rights, Su Yang, why aren't you all standing out? Or are you saying that you found a way out and can't bear to die? If this king didn't remember wrongly, your families all had people who died for the country after the Battle of the Western Wall. Among the 4, only the elderly Gu Yang walked out silently to Teacher Tang's side. The other 3 didn't move, especially Qing Wenyu and Li Changji, the 2 great literary figures of the time. They were so scared that their faces were pale. Following old Minister Gu's resolute decision to die, the civil and military officials gradually moved from the left and right to the middle. There were people who were in their 30s, in their 40s, in their ears, and in their 70s. In the main hall, there were more than 50 high-ranking officials and dignitaries who were loved by the people. They were the pillars of Dechu's country. In the end, half of them chose to be loyal officials who would die without a doubt. The other half were naturally fence-sitters other than the strong wind and the strong grass. The heroic stupidity, the intelligent humility. At this moment, there was a clear distinction. Jiang and I turned her head away and didn't let him put his hand on her head. Su Fengnian didn't argue with her and didn't seem to have any intention of killing people in the main hall. He smiled and said, "My Bailiang cavalry is going south to Guangling Road. Whether or not we're going to quell the rebellion depends on everyone's attitude. Your emperor is personally leading the troops at the front lines. The one standing beside this king right now is just a silly daughter who ran away from home. As long as you're willing to take a step back, this king will pretend that nothing happened. On the Western Wall battlefield, the West Chu emperor can continue to boost the morale of the army. You bunch of civil and military officials can continue to point out the country or find your own way out. How about it? If there's anyone who doesn't want to take a step back, this king will really go on a killing spree today and throw all your heads to Wu Zhongshuan or Su Gong. As for whether you believe me or not, that's up to you. I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to weigh the pros and cons." "No, only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." When he said the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Su Fengnian casually glanced at the long imperial road outside the main hall. For some reason, he changed it to the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Su Fengnian's thumb slowly pushed the knife out of its sheath an inch or so. The small bit of light was particularly dazzling. Su Fengnian continued, "It's not important whether Dechu has Jiang and I or not. As long as there's Jiangxi on the Western Front, it's enough. Isn't that right?" Su Fengnian looked at Hanlin Academy scholar Li Changji, who didn't have a jade tablet in his hands, and emphasized, "Scholarly, isn't that right?" Li Changji, who no longer had his previous strength of character, nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness is right." In the main hall, some of the officials who hadn't walked out of their ranks started to look at their colleagues. Some people started to softly persuade their family friends or relatives, using emotion and reason. Some people even secretly ran over and tried to pull back the officials standing in the middle of the main hall. At the same time, some people pretended not to see, some turned a deaf ear, and some even angrily rebuked. Only a few officials returned to their positions with faces full of shame. Seeing this scene, Su Fengnian, who had a calm expression, actually had mixed feelings. Dechu used to be the backbone of the Central Plains. Therefore, when Dechu fell, the Central Plains sank. One could only imagine how tragic the soul-stirring battle of the Western Wall was. When someone noticed that Su Fengnian's expression was becoming more and more serious, someone finally had a mental breakdown. Assistant Minister of Rights Su Yang, who had been secretly colluding with the Liyang military, suddenly shivered. As if he suddenly had an epiphany, he quickly walked to the position behind Minister Tang and smiled flatteringly at Su Fengnian. "Your Highness, I am Su Yang from West Chu's Ministry of Rights. When will Your Highness cavalry from the border arrive outside the capital of West Chu?" Instead of being dragged to the grave by a group of idiots, he, Su Yang, might as well choose the lesser of two evils. Although relying on the northern Liang would definitely cause him to suffer in the future, and it was far from being able to directly connect with General Liang, it was still better than not being able to see the sun outside the hall. Dechu's Assistant Minister of Rights kept saying West Chu. Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, "It seems that Assistant Minister Su's position is not too high, but you are the smartest person in this big house. It's a pity that you are only an assistant minister. If this king was the Liyang emperor, he would let you be the Minister of Rights in charge of the imperial court." Su Yang, who was sweating profusely, was able to become an assistant minister. After all, he was not really that stupid. How could he not hear the ridicule in the young king's words? He said resentfully, "Your Highness, you are overpraising me." Su Fengnian moved his thumb away and the cold blade quickly returned to its scabbard. Su Yang was immediately delighted. Su Fengnian turned his head and stared at Jiang and I. He softly teased, "Yesterday, I didn't insist that you immediately leave the capital because I was afraid that you would be unable to think clearly. Today is different. If you still don't understand, then I will have to knock you out and carry you away." She blinked and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Su Fengnian did not turn his head. He reached out and casually pointed at the civil and military officials. "There are people like Master Tang, Gu Yang, and Zhao Yinhao. It means that your trip to West Chu was not in vain. But there are also people like Su Yang, Li Changji, and Qing Wenyu. It means that you have no reason to stay in West Chu and wait for death. You are a stupid girl. Don't think that you are an emperor after being an empress for a few days. The Chu's people in West Chu are like what I told you yesterday. They have a choice. Most people are not destined to die. Now, they are in a situation where those who wish to die can die, and those who wish to live can live. Now, tell me, when will you leave with me? She subconsciously wanted to turn around. If something happened, she would hide first. Chapter 1735. As a result, he stretched out his hands and pressed on her shoulders. He laughed angrily, still hiding. Su Fengnian stared at her. He suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "I'm not trying to scare you this time. If you don't leave now, I'll be in trouble, and it won't be small." Her expression changed dramatically. She said, "Wait for me." Then she ran to the side door of the main hall. However, she suddenly turned her head and smiled brightly at him. Two small dimples. Almost at the same time, Su Fengnian waved his sleeves. All the officials in the main hall felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. They retreated one after another and covered their faces with their sleeves. As a result, they were unable to witness the devastatingly beautiful scenery. Su Fengnian said to the figure who was running away with the dragon robe in his hands, "If it's just a pawn crossing the river, it doesn't matter if you take it or not. I can take it with me." She didn't even turn her head. She simply said two words, "Copper coins." Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reminded her, "I'll wait for you at the Imperial City Gate. Other than the copper coins, don't forget to tame the great Liang dragon sparrow. It might be useful." After saying this, Su Fengnian swept out of the main hall and stopped directly outside the Imperial City Gate. The eunuch of the ceremony directorate was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly followed, trying to catch up with His Majesty. If he was unlucky, if there was really a life and death battle, then he would have to fight to the death with that opponent before she could reach him. The degree of danger might not be less than the time when he faced the human cat Han Shengxian. The person who stopped him on the Imperial Road was Tantai Pingjing, who was talking happily at the city gate last night. After Hong Shixiang and Xie Guanian gave up or lost their qualifications, she became the most qualified person in the world to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Last night, the only remaining Qi cultivator grandmaster in the world, the so-called supper she spoke of so casually, was the fate of West Chu. Originally, the remaining province in West Chu's capital city could still keep out a martial Dao grandmaster who had ascended to the Earth Immortal realm. However, it could only stop one person. The reason why Su Fengnian was able to kill his way into the imperial palace from the southern gate of the capital was because of the West Chu Emperor Jiang and I. Her existence was extremely important. To be precise, it was Jiang Ni's indecision that allowed Su Fengnian to be able to leisurely stroll in the courtyard. However, if it was someone who harbored enmity towards West Chu and Jiang and I, even if it was Tuoba Bodhisattva or Dong Tai, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter the imperial city. Like Su Fengnian, they could also kill the two city guards. However, if they were to face Jiang Ni's 100,000 swords, then Jiang Ni's chances of victory would most likely be higher. If one did not enter the celestial phenomenon realm, one would not know the mysteries behind this kind of indescribable advantage. Su Fengnian originally thought that no matter how bad his luck was, Tantai Pingjing would not fall out with him now. However, Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the sky and then looked at the human world in the distance. His eyes were in a trance. In an instant, heaven and earth turned upside down. It was not a banished immortal, but a real countless celestial beings in the human world. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and exhaled softly. With one step, it was the difference between yin and yang, the difference between heaven and earth. Su Fengnian's figure seemed to walk into a water curtain and disappeared into thin air. In the Taiji Palace, the atmosphere was solemn. When the young vassal king left, all the civil and military officials were stunned for a moment. First, the head eunuch, who had been instructed by the emperor to carefully move Sun Shiji's body out. In the end, only the head eunuch of Pingzhang silently followed, as if he was carrying a coffin. The other officials stayed in the palace and did not move. Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu both cursed Bail Yang in a low voice. The assistant minister of rites, Su Yang, who had unknowingly become the center of attention, was calm. Even when General Zhao Yunhao angrily reprimanded him for not having the dignity of a great Chu official, Su Yang only sneered. The Secretariat and Minxia provinces were like dragons without a head. Chao Changqing, who was in charge of the 6 ministries, was also missing. This made the Minister of Personnel, Gu Ling, the most important official in the palace. Gu Yang looked at the chaotic scene. Although his heart was in a mess, the heavenly official of Dechu still said in a deep voice, "Regarding today's matter, I ask everyone to keep your mouths shut after you leave the court. You must not mention His Majesty's departure from the capital. Remember, His Majesty is still at the front line of the Western Wall battlefield. His Majesty is personally leading the army for Dechu. If anyone can't keep their mouths shut, I will do my best to punish them, even at the risk of being cursed. Don't say that I didn't warn you." General Zhenan Zhao Yunhao, who belonged to a different camp from Gu Yang's faction, said gloomily, "This time, I am willing to be Lord Gu's lackey." The Minister of Revenue was a good man in his 70s. He was once known as the master of making mistakes in Dechu's previous dynasty. This time, he also made an unprecedented firm statement. "Everyone, listen to me. In times of crisis, we should help each other in the same boat. Don't do something that will harm others and harm yourself. Dechu is beyond cure. We should be careful with our words and actions." Gu Yang suddenly stared at Su Yang. "What do you think, Assistant Minister Su?" Su Yang smiled and said, "If someone else had said this, I, Su Yang, would have let it go. But since it's Minister Gu, it's different." What he meant was that he, Su Yang, was about to find his next home. If anyone tried to stop him from fishing in troubled waters, he wouldn't care about them. But since it was Gu Yang, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also flirting with the Liang imperial court, then they should all take it easy. Since everyone was going to sell themselves to Liang's Zhao family, let's not haggle over the price now. Otherwise, the price of jade would be reduced to the price of cabbage. Wouldn't that be benefiting Liang for nothing? Gu Ling nodded. Su Yang keenly caught the look of disdain in the minister's eyes. The assistant minister sneered in his heart. "At the end of the day, you and I are both prostitutes in a brothel. Your Gu family's price is just a little higher. I, Su Yang, am just a little less cultured than you in the main hall today. But Lord Gu, don't you find it embarrassing?" The only great general in West Chu's imperial court who was currently in the capital, General of Agile Cavalry Chen Kunshan, said in a deep voice, "From this moment on, the entire city is under martial law. Only those who enter the city are allowed to leave." This sentence was only slightly surprising, but the next sentence made some people's faces turn pale. If the imperial guards and spies in the capital find out that someone's family has a carrier pigeon flying, then they will be punished for treason. Their entire family will be executed immediately. Outside the palace, a palace eunuch wearing a python robe carried a corpse wrapped in silk and quickly walked towards the carriage outside the palace. The head of the Tang family in Huaiyin, Dechu's secondary first-rank official, Tang Shi, followed behind him and said sadly in a low voice, "Sun Shiji, people say that people should walk towards higher places. Why did you come from Liang's imperial court to this one?" Tang Shi's old tears flowed down his face. He suddenly quickened his steps and shouted to the eunuch, "I'll carry him." The eunuch looked at the old man in surprise. Tang Shi smiled sadly and said, "An old man carrying a dead person. What's the harm in being slower?" Tang Shi carried Sun Shiji on his back and slowly walked forward. In the spring breeze of the city, a former Dechu romantic named Sun Shiji silently returned to his roots on the back of an old man called Tang Shi. The imperial court slowly dispersed. Above everyone's heads, a bright sword light rose from the imperial palace and landed outside the gates of the imperial palace. Jiang and I, who was standing on the sword, looked around blankly. Why couldn't she find him? And she couldn't feel any chi activity at all. She tried to calm herself down and closed her eyes. The lake of swords instantly flew out in all directions of the capital. The 100,000 flying swords were like a giant lotus flower blooming in Guangling Road. Jiang and I began to use the sword wills in the world to connect with heaven and earth to determine Su Fengyan's approximate whereabouts. She prayed silently in her heart. You must wait for me. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was shock, doubt, panic, and fear. Her sword heart was clear, telling her that Su Fengnian was actually nearby. She began to ride the thousands of flying swords back to the imperial palace. Then she found that several swords were obstructing her sword heart, as if they were taking a detour. She rode the swords and hovered in the air. She raised her head. If there was a powerful Qi cultivator grandmaster like Tantai Pingjing watching from the side, she would be able to see a giant white dragon occupying the capital spitting out a dragon pearl. And that dragon pearl was about to shatter. Chapter 1736. When Su Fengnian was dozing off on the beam in the hall, the tall woman in white should have attracted a lot of attention in the downtown area of the capital. But in fact, no one looked at her directly except for a few sideways glances. She was at a loss. If the Qi cultivators of the North sect were dependent on the Liang dynasty, they were a group of very different ministers who supported the dragon, then the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea were much purer. They walked quietly between heaven and earth like real immortals. As the suzerain of the Guanyin sect, Tantai Pingjing, a woman in her 30s, was already 100 years old. Otherwise, the ancestor of the sword-eating sect, Sui Xiegu, would not have been obsessed with her for half his life. Tantai Pingjing was certainly out of the world. She moved her sect to the north from the South Sea to Bailiang. The reason was that the Great War of Liang Mang was imminent and they needed the Qi cultivators to bridge the river for the countless wandering souls in the world. It was also equivalent to accumulating merits for their own cultivation. Although Su Fengnian had some doubts at that time, in the territory of Bailiang, no matter Tantai Pingjing's personal cultivation or the strength of the entire Guanyin sect, they could not cause too much trouble. He just let it be. The Bailiang sect opened the door to this group of immortals in white. But Su Fengnian did not really ignore it. One should know that on the Immortal Noisy Land map that sold Charcoal Girl, the person who ranked first was Xie Guining, and Su Fengnian followed closely behind. Presently, Xie Guining was already a stray dog, and was still being pursued endlessly by Deng Tea. Then, in Su Fengnian's eyes, amongst the opponents that he truly had to fear in the world, Tantai Pingjing was already the fully deserving number one person in his heart. Before last night's reunion on the city wall of West Chu, Su Fengnian had always thought that even if Tantai Pingjing wanted to do justice for heaven, she should do it after Chao Changqing's death. But he did not expect that even if Chao Changqing was still alive, she could already absorb the remaining fate of West Chu. Today, after Jiang and I decided to leave Guangling's sect, she simply absorbed the fate of Dechu's Jiang family like a whale. Su Fengnian took a step out and left the vicinity of the imperial palace. Then he took another step and arrived at a seemingly ordinary downtown area. There were all sorts of shops and stalls along the streets. The common people in the marketplace were weaving together, and there were all sorts of people. Yellow dogs were lying on the ground and dozing off, while birds were circling the eaves of the buildings. It was a scene of peace and prosperity. The sun was high in the sky. Su Fengnian stood on one side of the street. The woman in white stood on the other side. Even with Su Fengnian's terrifying eyesight, he could not see her face clearly. It was blurry. He could only see her standing alone in the downtown area. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he took a step forward. In an instant, there was silence. But in an instant, there was noise again. Two old men in plain clothes brushed past Su Fengnian on the left and right. They seemed to be whispering, "Tai Bai's talent is too high. He showed off his talent too much. He lost his peaceful heart. What a pity. Old Du, you entered Shu after the fall of your country. You no longer have the talent, only the air of an old fool. Don't belittle me." Su Fengnian was shocked. He did not turn to look at the two old men. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several vendors on the left. Some were selling jades, some were selling paintings, and some were selling hairpins. Someone held up a jade stone that looked like a seal. "I have 3 seals. They are respectively engraved in Xiaozhuan, Heaven's Mandate Jiang, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, and upholding 10,000 directions. Who wants it? I'm only selling it for 5, 2, 3 coins today." Soon, a peer laughed and scolded loudly, "Who are you trying to fool? It's already worthless 20 years ago. It's already expensive for 3 coins. Someone spread out his hands in front of his chest. Between his hands, it was faintly discernible. It was as if a picture scroll was spread out. It was as if there were mountains standing tall and rivers flowing. This Defeng's landscape painting only costs 2 coins. Another brush holder waved his hand and looked at Su Fengnian with a smile. He said lazily, "As long as it costs 1 coin, I, Wu Gusu, will give you 500 characters." In Su Fengnian's line of sight, the simple and old-fashioned brush in the hands of the brush holder was surrounded by 2 iron trees. Soon, another brush holder smiled and said, "1 coin for 500 characters is a fair price." However, does this guest want to take a look at the brush in the hands of Han Songshan? 1 coin for 5 is enough to write 20 years of brilliant literary talent. I remember that in the early years, a child of the Jiang clan once bought a brush from me. Wu Gusu, Northern Han's master of calligraphy. Han Songshan, a world-renowned literary hero of the Southern Tang dynasty. Su Fengnian did not reply and continued walking. 2 people were sitting on small benches by the side of the road, playing chess. There was no chessboard or chess piece. However, in front of the 2, there was the faint sound of clanging hooves and flowing water. One of them angrily said, "Li Sanhuang, you are so absent-minded. How can you negotiate with me? Do you really not want that paradise? Forget it, forget it. It's so boring. I won't take advantage of you when you are down. I'll first seal the market for 100 years. The person across from him sighed, his face full of pain. He turned his head to look at Su Fengnian, his expression complicated. Su Fengnian remained indifferent. The Chu's state preceptor, Li Mi, the 3rd emperor of calligraphy. Someone walked over, carrying a 3-chi long sword chi. It was sword chi, not a sword. He shot a glance at Su Fengnian, who did not stop walking. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly gave in. He chattered endlessly, "Why isn't that brat Li Chungang coming? Otherwise, I would definitely experience his 2-sleeved green snake. Is slaying a flood dragon worth bragging about? What's so strange about that? When this old man was alive, there were as many flood dragons as there were hairs on an ox. Only, I don't know what kind of situation Dong Tai was in that night. If it weren't for the fact that touching a stranger would bring bad luck, why would this old man give way? Unlucky, truly unlucky. Who was it last time? What was Lu Lai again? This person is truly exceptional. Admirable, admirable." Su Fengnian walked forward step by step. His expression was as usual. On this street, no one was pretending to be mysterious. This was the truly terrifying part. If a person who loved dragons saw a true dragon circling the beam amidst the lightning, if a Daoist who subdued demons and demons really saw demons and monsters pouncing over ferociously, what should they do? As Su Fengnian walked forward slowly, there were voices of abuse. "The Great Qin is ruthless and cruel. How can it occupy such a high position?" However, as soon as these words were spoken, someone quickly stopped them in a low voice. "Senior Immortal, please be careful with your words. In the mortal world, there are God's 3 chi above everyone's head. What's so different about us? In a short 200 years, the literary vein has been severely damaged. 300 years later, the Central Plains will face an unprecedented catastrophe. The Zhao and Su families are the main culprits. Fortunately, this place is not one of those places. Otherwise, you would have been destroyed long ago. How could this child dare to betray the heavenly Tao and join hands with the Wudang Daoist to sever the connection between heaven and earth? Mount Longhu should rise, Mount Wudang should fall. When that daring Lu Dongxian turned around and walked into the mortal world, Mount Wudang should have been extinguished. Amidst the curses of the crowd, the oriole chirped like a phoenix and the dog roared like a python. Su Fengnian held his breath and tried his best not to let his chaotic qi dissipate. Therefore, every step he took was extremely difficult and painful. He was like a weak child walking alone in a canyon. Gusts of strong wind blew past. Su Fengnian's lips curled into a cold smile. "You want to use this to reduce the fate of Bailiang? The so-called tails and tails should be the copper and silver tails, unique to the immortals in the heavens. It's probably similar to the fortune-telling of people in the mortal world. If I can't resist the temptation and choose to stop and buy today, the Su family and Baoyong will definitely be poor. When Su Fengnian reached the middle of the street, two people finally showed him a kind smile. A monk and a monk sat cross-legged facing each other across the street. Unlike the peddlers and pedestrians, both of them sat on the steps as if they were sitting on lotus platforms. Although they were not acquaintances of Su Fengnian, they both smiled and nodded at him. One of them was compassionate, the other natural. Su Fengnian also nodded and returned the greeting. An angry shout was heard. It was directed at the old monk. "Old bald donkey, how dare you destroy the fate of the Central Plains? How dare you come to the east?" The old monk smiled but didn't say anything and disappeared. Three people who looked like soldiers in armor were patrolling the street. When they saw Su Fengnian, they hesitated for a moment, but still respectfully made way for him. At the end of the street, Tan Tai Ping still stood in the same place. Su Fengnian finally noticed the struggling and painful expression on her face. Her eyes slowly turned silver and became colder and more ruthless. A dazzling light bloomed in her heart like a bright moon hanging in the sea. Su Fengnian frowned. She saw through the body of the possessor and understood the state of the carefree. A round of the heart moon shone brightly. This was one of the signs of Taoism recorded in the rare ancient books of Taoism. He remembered that Miss Hehe had told him that Huang Sanjia had said before his death that since the beginning of the world, Buddhism had taken advantage of the ascension in the past 1,000 years. When a scholar proposed the idea of upholding justice and extinguishing human desires, in the future, it would be much easier for Confucianism to become a saint. It was like having a shortcut to the end of the world. It was just like the Buddhists becoming Buddha on the spot. They could reach the sky in one step, but the price was the imperceptible influence of the people's hearts. It was a stupid thing to lose a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. It was the great sorrow of, the sun has set in the west, and the moon does not rise in the sea. Su Fengnian angrily scolded, "Tan Tai Ping Ping, after seeing such a ridiculous scene, why don't you wake up? How is this world different from our world? Why are people like Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, and Li Chungang unwilling to ascend after Lu Dongxian?" As soon as Su Fengnian's words were spoken, it was very strange. The previously clamorous street that was filled with curses was suddenly deathly silent. Afterwards, there were only a few scattered words of reprimand, such as audacious mortal and treacherous. Chapter 1737. Su Fengnian looked around and sneered, "What do you mean by banished immortals? What do you mean by fate? In the end, when I come back to you, isn't it all about seniority? If you go to the mortal world, I guess there are two situations. If you are unlucky, you will be banished to a remote place in the mortal world, right? Then if you are lucky, you will be sent to the battlefield to fish for military exploits? Is the so-called immortals fishing for the fate of the mortal world different from the merchants in the mortal world who do business and accumulate copper coins? Of course, I guess immortals are still free and unfettered. They have a fairyland as their mansion and live forever to watch the liveliness of the mortal world. If they become a real superior in the immortal world, most of them will get it done once and for all. But I am very curious. Will those who have made great contributions to the Tao of Heaven in the mortal world also have unrewarded achievements here? Could it be that there were also official promotions and demotions in this place? Will there be immortals who pretend to be powerful? For a moment, no one answered. Su Fengnian's body began to shake, like a rootless duckweed in the strong wind in the sky. A voice that was neither light nor heavy but extremely majestic sounded. The voice was more like a woman's voice from the south. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw her sitting on the roof. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, solemn and glorious. On her shoulders stood a red sparrow, and in its mouth was a snow-white little flood dragon. With her appearance, the whole street shook violently. The shaking became more and more intense and showed no signs of stopping. The movement came from a tall building. But Su Fengnian couldn't see the scene of the building at all, even if the window was open and he knew that someone was there. After the violent shaking that seemed to turn the world upside down, it instantly calmed down and stabilized. A middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe stood beside Tantai Pingjing. Behind him, there was a magnificent scene of the rising sun. Su Fengyan walked all the way. The appearance and clothes of the people in his eyes were extremely ordinary. Only this person and the woman were different from ordinary people. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe should be the culprit who had dragged Su Fengyan into this heavenly earth. However, he looked at Su Fengyan and said with a smile, "There are indeed many unbearable things in the heavens that you speak of. However, the myriad of sceneries in the heavens is definitely not something that a mortal body like yours can use to know the autumn of the world with a single leaf. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is not as unscrupulous as you think. When you return." Su Fengyan wanted to open his mouth and curse, but he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. However, a shout suddenly rang out from the north, revealing Su Fengyan's thoughts. "Shut up." The middle-aged man dismissed it with a smile, seemingly helpless. The woman on the roof pursed her lips and smiled. She teased, "You northerner, the kid on the street doesn't even want to acknowledge his ancestors, and you're still speaking up for him?" He was really protective of his children. "Su Zhao's matter, you've already angered the public." That deep voice could be heard clearly from tens of thousands of miles away as it mocked, "Bitch, go and give birth to your baby. You've been pregnant since I was in the Great Qin Empire, and you still haven't given birth. Aren't you ashamed?" After hearing this sentence, Su Fengyan felt very satisfied. It was indeed my true body. She stood up and said angrily, "You northerner, do you really think the heavenly Tao won't collapse because of the collapse of etiquette and music in the human world? Even the mortals in the human world know the simple truth that a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest." The voice sounded again, extremely domineering, "Then let's destroy it. When the time comes, I'll mend the sky by myself. I'm an indomitable man, and a bitch like you can just watch the show. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." In her anger, she was about to break the rules from the south to the north. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe sighed. Obviously, he was used to the confrontation between the two great gods. Dong dong dong. The sound was like the beating of drums on a battlefield, approaching from the north to the south. As a result, the woman on the roof suddenly calmed down. The middle-aged man with a genial expression narrowed his eyes and a trace of anger appeared on his face. The tall building that had caused the commotion earlier shook again. Then the uninvited guest sneered, "Which bastard said that Great Qin is tyrannical? Do you really think that you can't be dealt with just because you're hiding in the east?" Someone on the street suddenly burst with golden light, and then there were signs of the golden light exploding. He fell to his knees with a plop, and the ceiling was peeled off. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe waved his sleeve, and the person on the street disappeared. He then raised his head and said angrily, "Great Emperor Zhenwu." His thunderous voice sounded from the tall building. "You're not convinced? Why don't we take off our skins and find a quiet place to fight? If you're not confident, then call that bitch along. In any case, the two of you have been flirting with each other for almost 1,000 years. I even suspect that the thing in her stomach—" At this moment, someone interrupted this guy's nonsense. "That's enough. 300 years later, the Central Plains will be in turmoil, and 9 out of 10 houses will be empty. She's doing it according to reason. It's one thing that you can't bear to see the world fall apart, but it has always been a part of the heavenly Tao." The original person snorted coldly. "It's not that I can't bear to see the rise and fall of dynasties. It's that guy on the street who can't wait to use his human incarnation to obtain the status of an emperor that will last for thousands of years. He wants to treat the world as his own land and take all the harvests for himself. This way, he can accumulate luck and seek a higher position. Moreover, he wants to use that kid and that little Daoist from Wudong Mountain to close the heavenly gate, but this person doesn't want to be stained with the heavenly Tao's karma. Xie Guaniying is just a smokescreen. He's actually that guy called Chen Jibao. There's no such thing in the world, and there's no such thing in heaven. He wants to scheme against me? How can I not beat him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground?" Su Fengyan heard himself speak intermittently. He couldn't hear clearly, but he understood the general meaning. And the person next to himself was Wang Xianxia. At this moment, a woman and a young man who looked like mother and son appeared on the street. The young man smiled brightly, clasped his hands, and bowed. Behind the mother and son stood an old man who looked like a servant. He smiled but didn't say anything. Su Fengnian smiled. He didn't recognize the woman, but the old man was Han Shengxian. The young man was the illegitimate son of the late Emperor Liang Zhaokai. The knot in the human heart can be untied in heaven. At that moment, Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly turned red. He began to turn his head and search. A voice sounded in his mind. "Don't look. You won't be able to find them. Except for your elder sister Su Jihu, your parents will become the last group of banished immortals in heaven in the future, falling on the human world like rain. At that time, you can open your eyes wide and look at the magnificent scene of thousands of banished immortals falling on the human world together. It's a great spectacle. As for whether you can see your parents among them, it'll depend on your luck. Don't worry. With my plan, the two of them will be married in every life. Even if they can't be born in the same year, month, and day in every life, it won't be too far off. As for whether they'll share riches or hardships together, I don't care, nor can I. This Tantai Pingjing is a human chess piece of that dragon-robed man on the street, specifically used to deal with you. But since I was able to come here, it's a different matter. Although she's fine today, you still have to be careful in the future." That Su Shao, when he came to my place, the first thing he did when he saw me was call me son. Mother ***. Su Fengnian, who wanted to hold his belly in laughter, pretended not to hear the profanities that followed. The entire street was in an uproar. Even Wang Xianxia in the tall building let out a cry of surprise. A blurry figure vaguely appeared at the window. Su Fengnian's heart trembled. In the next moment he couldn't help himself. His eyes were suffused with an extremely pure golden color. Great Emperor Zhenwu. But Su Fengnian's mind was still very clear. When he turned around, he saw the tip of a sword piercing through the heaven and earth bit by bit. From high above, a voice leisurely sounded. It sounded like a dragon's roar, a wooden fish, and a jade chime at the same time. It seemed to have made a conclusion about the heaven and earth. The dragon-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He exchanged glances with the woman on the roof, and then they both looked at the place where Wang Xianxia stood. Finally, the three people disappeared at the same time. And Tantai Pingjing also disappeared. Great Emperor Zhenwu, or rather the Emperor of the Great Qin, looked at the young woman who seemed to have tripped over the threshold and stumbled into the house with a sword in her hand. His eyes were filled with grief. When he was alive, he called himself the Emperor of the Great Qin. After his death, he was honored as Great Emperor Zhenwu of the Heavens. Not only did he oversee the Northern Celestial Court, but he also controlled half of the soldiers. He only felt guilty towards that gentle and timid woman. Although he couldn't say whether he had let it go or not, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Using Su Fengnian's mouth, he said to the young woman who hurriedly ran over, "I'm sorry." Jiang and I, the little mud man, replied to him, with a cute and naive face, "Are you crazy?" The golden light in his eyes suddenly dissipated. Su Fengnian was stunned, and then he burst into laughter on the street. She was furious. He stretched out his hands and pulled her cheeks fiercely. "You're still the best." She, who had gone through thousands of hardships to break the dragon pearl and enter this place, was about to get angry. His body swayed and was about to fall. On the battlefield near the Melon Island, the great snow dragon cavalry had absorbed more than 500 West Chu scholars and began to return north. A sword light chilled 30 provinces under the sky. A young woman carrying a red sandalwood sword box supported the young lord and jumped down from the great Liang dragon sparrow together, standing on the side of the cavalry. The cavalry stopped abruptly. When the long sword returned to its sheath, a certain old soldier of the Su family who had experienced the War of the Spring and Autumn period suddenly woke up after seeing this scene. He quickly turned over and dismounted, roaring loudly, "Great Snow Dragon Cavalry! Greetings to the consort of the King of Bailiang." The few voices that greeted His Majesty the Emperor were completely drowned out by the loud voices that greeted the King of Bailiang's consort. Jiang and I was so scared that she directly hid behind Su Fengnian. But perhaps even Su Fengnian himself didn't expect that the timid little mud man behind him would soon beat the drums on the city wall of North Jiebei City and personally send off the Bailiang cavalry. Chapter 1738. South of Liang, Jufeng Town was a hub of the longitudinal canal. It was originally a remote village that no one cared about, but in a short 20 years, it became a bustling town. It had everything that one could wish for, and did not lose out to the famous towns of Jiangnan. A green-robed Confucian scholar entered Jufeng Town with a small bag on his back. He did not stand out in the crowded town. Now, there was a saying in Jufeng Town: the people returning to the north were cowards, the people going south were the nobles. Because recently, the sound of horse hooves could be heard near Jufeng Town. There were large groups of cavalry going south to reinforce Guangling Road. It was said that the situation was about to be settled. The important people in the imperial court, especially the important people in the military, were all trying their best to send their children and grandchildren into the army going south. The most exaggerated thing was that a certain old general, who was one of the stabilizing forces of the Tu Liaodong border, had just let his grandson get a position as a military officer. Very quickly, he chased his grandson out of the border army and threw him to the battlefield of Guangling Road. It was said that in a flash he became the military advisor of the general of the southern expedition, Lu Shengxiang. Naturally, his future was bright. This Confucian scholar did not find an inn to rest at, but went straight to the famous book market of Jufeng Town. On both sides of a 300 paces long street, there were large and small bookstores. Even though Jufeng Town's history was not more than 20 years, but many of the bookstores dared to advertise themselves as century-old shops. It was just that most of the people who bought books laughed it off and did not care about it. The Confucian scholar did not choose those bookstores with golden signboards, but entered a small and dark bookstore at the back of the street. Even though it was small, it had all the essentials. The father and son of this bookstore engraved books, sold books, and edited books. They did not have any rare books to sell, and they definitely did not find any famous books that could not be engraved by the imperial court. But the value was in their careful selection. Occasionally, there would be a few West Chu Southern Edict Edition or Northern Edict Edition. Whether it was good enough or not depended on personal preference. Seeing this Confucian scholar cross the threshold, the middle-aged shopkeeper, who was entertaining a group of young customers, smiled and hurriedly put down his business to welcome him. The Confucian scholar in front of him was a regular customer of his shop. He didn't come often and he didn't buy many books, but for more than 10 years, he would visit almost every 2 years. Most importantly, he had a good chat with his father, so much so that his father, who rarely drank, would always make an exception and insist on pulling the Confucian scholar to sit down and have a drink with him. It was said to be a drink, but as they drank, they could drink at least 2 caddies of wine. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "Where is Brother Chu?" Last time, he said that he could not find the face-painted version of The Insect Under the Light. "I brought it for him." The middle-aged shopkeeper calmly said, "Mr. Chow, my father passed away last year." The Confucian scholar was stunned for a moment. He was a bit sad, but he still took out the book from his bag. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "He left. When my father passed away, he was 70 years old. Before he passed away, he often smiled and said that it was rare to live 70 years old. Mr. Chow, my father was not sick or injured. He passed away after a good night's sleep. As his sons, there is no need for us to worry too much. However, before my father passed away, he often said that if he could have a drink with Mr. before he died, his life would be complete." The Confucian scholar with the surname Chow said apologetically, "I originally had the opportunity to come here last year, but I left in a hurry and felt that it was inconvenient. If I had known, I would have come no matter what. Take this book. When you go back to Brother Chu's grave and offer him a toast, just burn it." The middle-aged shopkeeper smiled and joked, "Mr. Chow, then I won't give you any money." The Confucian scholar quickly smiled and waved his hand. After drinking so much wine for so many years, how could he have the nerve to ask for money? Right? If I remember correctly, your family's fisherman and woodcutter should be coming of age, right? The middle-aged man seemed to get angry whenever he talked about that bastard. He helplessly said, "Don't mention that bastard." Mr. Chow, you don't know that our family can't be considered a family of poets or scholars, but for better or for worse, we are people who interact with sages every day. Who would have thought that the older that kid grew, the more he refused to listen to advice? With his skinny bamboo body, he insisted on joining the army. Not long ago, he followed a few of his good friends in town to the county capital, saying that there was a back door that could be opened. If they were lucky, they could directly go to the south to fight. In the end, he came back sullenly. When I asked, he didn't say anything. Every day, when the rooster crowed, he would get up and run to the side of the canal. Mr. Chow, that kid is old. As his father, my words have no effect. However, he has listened to you since he was young. If Mr. isn't in a hurry to leave, I'll go look for him. Mr., you must help me talk to him. If you can get him to come back to his senses, I'll give Mr. a set of West Chu's Chongwenguan's winter snow collection. That's a good thing that even my father couldn't bear to take away. He told me to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Without waiting for the Confucian scholar with the surname Chow to say anything, the middle-aged shopkeeper didn't even care about his business and ran out into the street to look for his son, who was getting more and more worrisome as he grew older. Chapter 1739. The 5 or 6 young male and female customers in the store began to chat in boredom. Currently, the topic of discussion was naturally focused on the one-sided battle of Guangling. They all believed that it was time to close the coffin and close the coffin. These rich kids with Beijing accents were indeed people who lived at the foot of the emperor's feet. Although their voices weren't loud, the people around them could hear them clearly. After commenting on the military achievements and abilities of the various generals of the imperial court, they also reprimanded the civil and military officials of West Chu. Soon, the topic reached the true backbone of West Chu's restoration, Chao Changqing. In the end, both sides had opposing opinions. One side said that Chao Changqing was only outstanding in martial arts and Go, but his ability to turn the country into a Go board was not enough. The other side retorted that Chao Changqing was a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. He lost because West Chu did not have the right time, place, and people, and definitely not because that official was weak in Go. The dispute continued, but both sides were close friends and could not fight. Finally, the topic inexplicably shifted to the previous empress of West Chu. 2 young women spoke of her with pity. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sneered and said that she was nothing more than a femme fatale who could bring disaster to the country and its people. After West Chu was destroyed, it was rumored in the streets of the old capital that it was this woman who ruined the fate of Dechu. Otherwise, with West Chu's original fate, it should have been able to survive for another 160 years. Soon, another young man laughed and said, "Why is the popular saying that 9 out of 10 sheep are incomplete? Isn't it because the Empress of West Chu was born in the year of the sheep?" Not far away, the green-clothed Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples was silent. A young man who was playing with a small bronze seal laughed softly and said, "Not to mention that Chao Changqing's reputation is unmatched, the king of Bailiang really made a big mistake. The imperial court has clearly relaxed the transportation of Guangling and actually led 10,000 cavalry south to Guangling under the banner of pacifying the rebellion. However, everyone knows that they are actually helping some remnants of West Chu to get out of trouble. However, Bailiang is domineering, but our imperial court can't do anything about it. After all, they control the northwest gate and claim to have 300,000 cavalry. My father has calculated with people in the Ministry of War and estimated that there should be around 120,000 to 30,000 cavalry. Sigh, we are really sullen. If it weren't for Beimang, the Bailiang Su family would have already handed over their military power." The Confucian scholar put down a yellowed ancient book and said with a smile, "Why else would I say that the world is afraid of the word ifs?" In fact, the group of people had long noticed the scholar in green robes. Although he didn't look like an official, the Liang court was generally more polite to scholars. Moreover, most of the reclusive scholars in the world had such a high standard. These young people who had come because of their fame came from the capital's official families, so naturally, they wouldn't treat this person with hostility. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "I've always been curious. Why did the young Northwest vassal king want to fight to the death at the border?" Can you explain to me? A young man with a crooked appearance said loudly, "Isn't Su Fengnian a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation? Since no one will die, why didn't Su Fengnian lead the Bailiang cavalry into battle? If he lost, he would just run away. If he won, his name would go down in history for all eternity. If it were me, I would also fight the Beimang and beat the Beimang to death." The Confucian scholar asked again, "Then why didn't he join forces with the Beimang? 300,000 Bailiang frontier army and 1,000,000 Beimang troops to go south to the Central Plains. Wouldn't that be a better chance than defeating the Beimang?" The young man was stunned for a moment, and then said righteously, "It must be because Su didn't dare to ask a tiger for its skin. The Beimang barbarians are naturally bloodthirsty. In addition, they would definitely use the Bailiang cavalry as the vanguard. When they finally conquer the Central Plains, the Bailiang troops would be left with only a few tens of thousands. Wouldn't that old woman of Beimang burn the bridge after crossing the river?" In the end, not only did Su not get any benefits, but he also got his head chopped off. Su isn't a fool. Why would he do such a loss-making business? What do you think, sir? The Confucian scholar nodded and smiled. That makes sense. Then, as if he remembered something, the Confucian scholar waved his hand and said, "I don't deserve to be called Mr., and I've never been an official in Liang. My surname is Chow. You can call me Old Chow." The handsome young man playing with the bronze seal asked tentatively, "Judging from your accent, Mr. Chow." "Oh no, Old Chow, are you from Guangling Taoism?" The Confucian scholar nodded and said self-deprecatingly, "That's why I haven't been an official." Everyone was relieved. Naturally, they felt that this person couldn't be a high-ranking official in Liang Imperial Court because of his background as a Guangling Taoist. Probably because he had some knowledge and integrity, but he didn't want to be a low-ranking official in Liang Imperial Court. Thus, he chose to be a poor scholar who traveled all over the world. The travel-worn Confucian scholar suddenly looked towards the south. Then, as though he had the intention to leave, he turned to the group of young men and women and said gently, "Originally, I also have an to say to all of you, but there's something I need to do first. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the owner of this shop. Please help me pass the message." A woman said sweetly to persuade him to stay, "It won't be too late to leave after you say the." The Confucian scholar, whose hair was already white but had a unique style, shook his head and said, "There is something that really can't be delayed." After he finished speaking, the Confucian scholar walked out of the bookstore and walked along the small street towards the outside of town. On his way north, he deliberately concealed his presence, so he didn't walk very fast. This was because he wanted to see some old friends like the bookstore owner of Jufeng Town. He was afraid that they would be implicated after he died. The world was afraid of what if, and the world was afraid of what if. So his if he was destined that no one in this world would know. If, during his official period, West Chu would be revived, he would personally lead the army north, and Gu Jiantong's Liang and Liang border armies would go south to Graydon City. Wang Sui would resist the Beimang and take the chance to go south, and Su Fengnian's 300,000 Bailiang cavalry would choose not to move because of a certain woman surnamed Jiang. Also, with Chen Zhibao leading the Shu army in Guangling Road, they only needed to tie down Wu Zhongshuan and Su Gong's armies. They didn't even need to stop the Yen King Xiaobing's Nanjiang army from coming to Graydon City because they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Then would the world still be surnamed Zhao? He didn't think so. He, Chao Changqing, didn't think so. After this man slowly walked out of Jufeng Town, he took off his bag and took out 2 chess boxes. "Allow me, Chao Changqing, to play one last game for you." Chapter 1740. The great snow dragon cavalry went back the same way they came. First, Yuan Zhuozong led his troops to the south. The Qingzhou army, which had less than 1,000 cavalry, was defeated like a landslide. The cavalry was almost wiped out. The Qingzhou army, which had no city to rely on, was driven 40 miles away. No matter how brave and skillful the Qingzhou army was, he could not stop the decline of the infantry army. On the other hand, the northern Liang Lieutenant Niu Qianzhu led 2,000 cavalry to intercept 20,000 Shu soldiers, but he did not succeed. This was because the Shu army's main general, Che Yi, unexpectedly chose to avoid the vanguard and led his army to take a detour to the north. His army's route directly drew a large arc. Niu Qianzhu's 2,000 cavalry under his command approached the Shu army several times. Amidst the flying dust, the Shu army was ready for battle, completely ignoring the great snow dragon cavalry's provocation. Not only that, this lone western Shu elite army that had penetrated deep into the central plains, in order to show weakness, they withdrew all their mounted scouts and were actually willing to be blind. Niu Qianzhu also did not dare to start a battle without permission and delay the military's plan. However, he was really sullen. Before he joined the Bailiang cavalry in the south, he led 20 retainers to the side of the Shu army. He stopped his horse and raised his spear. The Shu army still did not move. They just buried their heads in the east. In the end, Niu Qianzhu spat, turned his horse around and led the army back to the south. As the four armies collapsed and were afraid to fight, the defense line built by Li Yang's assistant minister Su Gong was full of holes. In addition, Jizhou's general, Yuan Tingshan, was not willing to send out troops alone to stop them. He could only watch the great snow dragon cavalry easily break into Guangling Road. This made the southern expedition general Wu Zhongshuan furious. Accompanied by his trusted aide Tang he personally rushed to Chaiseng County to denounce Su Gong. The Minister of War and the left Assistant Minister of War met in this way for the first time and parted on bad terms. After that, Wu Zhongshuan and Yuan Tingshan led over 10,000 northern Ji cavalrymen to the front line, while Su Gong merged with 20,000 western Shu soldiers and gathered the defeated soldiers from Qing province. Together, they slowly made their way to the front line of Guangling. After this, the great snow dragon cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. According to the established strategy, at the front lines of Melon Island where the two armies intersected, they successfully received more than 500 West Chu scholars dressed in light armor. In order to secretly escort this group of weak scholars out of the border, the West Chu army crazily counterattacked in Melon Island, Old Du Mountain, and other battlefields. In a short day, nearly 10,000 people died in battle, and 500 young carps almost died of thirst. Only then did they finally jump into the pond of the great snow dragon cavalry and were able to take a breather. The Bailiang cavalry, including Su Yanbing, still had a fresh memory of the 500 West Chu people. After being escorted by the main force of the great snow dragon cavalry, they did not have much joy of surviving a disaster. Instead, they all looked dejected and pained. The 500 people neatly dismounted from their horses and knelt to bid farewell to the east, crying silently. That scene was like a homeless dog that had no home to return to, lying under the roof of someone else's house and sobbing in pain. After Yuan Zhuozong took over the name list with sloppy handwriting, he had mixed feelings. This time, Bailiang had surrendered 496 people, and there were 416 young West Chu scholars. Excluding the 70 or so ladies from Guangling Daoist families, there were only a dozen West Chu generals. The name list in Yuan Zhuozong's hand was not recorded at the beginning. There were only a few lines of small characters written by someone. It was a shocking sight. The Chu has 500 people. Can't talk about reviving the country. The surname Chu stays in Bailiang and can't leave the northwest. The will of Chao Changqing, the sinner of Chu. The east wind thawed and turned into rain. They were just waiting for the sound of the spring thunder. At this time, it was raining continuously. The advance of the great snow dragon cavalry was more or less hindered. The horse hooves were covered in mud, which made the Bailiang cavalry, who were used to the sun and sand of the desert, very uncomfortable. Su Fengnian, Su Yanbing, and Yuan Zhuozong rode side by side. Yuan Zhuozong turned his head and glanced at the West Chu fugitives in the middle of the cavalry. He said softly, "For Bailiang, this is a good thing in the long run, but it is a mess now. When these scholars go to the northwest, they can only stay behind the scenes for now. I'm afraid that these young and impetuous people will complain too much and end up taking their anger out on Bailiang. When there is a dispute, we can't beat or scold them. Otherwise, we can only hand them over to Lingzhou College, which is far away from the war at the border. Let them pass the time with books." Previously, most of them were not even willing to change to Bailiang light armor, let alone the cold blade and light crossbow. Niu Qianzhu and the others were so angry that they almost pulled out their blades to fight with them. Su Fengnian comforted him. If the scholars don't have any strength of character, then the Central Plains is sad. I'm not afraid of their arrogance or pride, I'm just afraid that they will become depressed. The scholars can't rebel for 3 years. There are only 500 people from West Chu. Moreover, they are in Beiliang. Not to mention the border army, I reckon that any Liangzhou girl who is familiar with archery and horse riding can beat 2 or 3 of them. There is nothing to worry about. We also do not have extravagant hopes that they will quickly turn around. Also, I believe in Chao Changqing's eyes. Many of them should be people with broad horizons. When they truly experience the scenery of the Northwest, and with Youzhou's Yu Luan Dao and Liuzhou's Ko Jianghuai in front of them, they will naturally put aside their grudges. In the end, the old people of West Chu may hate the Su family more than they hate Beiliang, but they are not the same. Most of them are in their 20s and hate Beiliang more than Beiliang. I'm worried about these people. At this point, Su Fengnian smiled self-deprecatingly and did not continue, as though it was a taboo for the honored one. Yuan Zuozong smiled and said, "What? Are you afraid that there will be 500 Zhao Changlings next to you? What day will you not be able to control yourself and really rebel against Beiliang?" Su Fengnian said in exasperation, "The second battle of Liangmang is near. Beiliang has not even solved the urgent situation, how can we have the extra thoughts?" Su Yanbing teased, "If it really is as the prince said before, that the world situation is advancing according to Chao Zhangqing's original plans, then our northern Liang would be the most comfortable side. As long as we join hands with Wang Sui to hold back northern Mang's southward advance, then everything will be over. Then, we can sit in the northwest and watch the storm in the Central Plains. Wang Yi, I find it strange. This Chao Changqing is willing to send West Chu's students to Beiliang. He clearly has a deep relationship with Wang Yi. Why did he go back on his word at the last moment? He caused West Chu's efforts to recover to nothing, and even Beiliang does not have a chance to get chestnuts out of the fire." Su Fengnian touched the northern cold saber on his waist and sighed with emotion. "My master once said that there are only 4 deaths for a scholar: death in the countryside, death in the province, death in the country, death in the world. That Chao Changqing originally wanted to die for 1 person and 1 country, but he changed his mind in the end. Of the martial grandmasters I have interacted with, the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, died for his brother. When he came out of the martial world, he had no regrets in life or death. Beimang's Toba Bodhisattva lives the most ambitious. He wants to be the best in the world and the best in the world. Dong Tai lives the most carefree. Whether the world is peaceful or chaotic, whether you are an emperor or a general, I, Dong Tai, am too lazy to pay attention to you. Only Chao Changqing lives the most tiring life. He never thinks of himself as a man of Jianghu and has never walked out of Dechu's temple." Su Yanbing looked at the mud on the road and sighed, "Chao Guanzi is so sloppy." Su Fengnian was surprised. "Uncle Su, you sound like a scholar." Yuan Zuozong smiled knowingly. Su Yanbing's mouth twitched. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Wang Yi, most of the young girls in West Chu are unmarried. Every time they see you, Wang Yi, their eyes are not reserved. How do you describe it?" Yuan Zuozong undermined both sides. "Stop talking when you want to." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "That's not kind." Chapter 1741. Yuan Zuozong joked, "The real mess is a fire in the backyard if you're not careful. If I remember correctly, Second Commandery Princess has never been kind to the Emperor of West Chu. Moreover, your 2 fathers-in-law are not easy to deal with. Do you know about the Princess of Beiliang?" Su Fengnian was silent. He touched his forehead and kept silent for a moment. Finally, he said, "I have never hesitated on this matter." Su Yanbing nodded, "That's right." Yuan Zuozong suddenly said, "Xie Shibian is also in the army. If we can get his help, our Beiliang frontier army will be like a tiger with wings. No matter if we put him in Liangzhou or Liuzhou, he can be an army of tens of thousands." Su Fengnian smiled, "There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. There can't be 2 bodhisattvas in one temple. In case Ko Jianghuai feels that I don't trust him, even if Xie Shibian wants to join the army, I won't put him in Liuzhou. Moreover, Xie Shibian is not familiar with the affairs of the army. Why don't we put him in Liuzhou first? Yuan Zhuozong shook his head. Yuan Zhuozong, will use Xie Shibian alone. It's better to use Xie Shibian in Liangzhou. He and Ko Jianghuai are the top military geniuses in West Chu. After a series of battles in Guangling, they can be independent. Both of them had their own ideas when it came to using troops. It seemed that they were both abandoning the main course for the strange, but in fact, they were very different. When Ko Jianghuai used troops, he was good at abandoning the city and often found a way to survive. Relying on his erratic deployment of troops, he was able to win a battle where the overall military strength was inferior, slowly nibbling away at the enemy and suddenly gaining momentum. Back then, on the Eastern Front battlefield of Guangling Road, he had caused Zhao Yi's army to lose inexplicably. They always felt that Ko Jianghuai's army was pressuring the border in every battle. Although Xie Shibian's use of troops was unexpected and extremely dangerous, in fact, Xie Shibian was more inclined to be open and aboveboard, striving to make the final decision. Therefore, they needed Ko Jianghuai's gentleness in the Liuzhou battlefield and Xie Shibian's strength in the Liangzhou battlefield. Right now outside the Liangzhou Pass, after the left and right cavalry were transferred, their vitality has been damaged. Why don't we give Xie Shibian to He Zhonghu or Zhou Kong? It can also be considered a compensation. As for the official position, first, it will depend on Wang Ye's boldness. Second, it will depend on Xie Shibian's confidence. Su Fengnian asked in a low voice, "Did Brother Yuan help to lay the groundwork?" Yuan Zhuozong squinted his eyes and smiled. "Your Highness is more skilled than me in buying people's hearts." Su Fengnian remembered Xie Shibian's sorrowful face in the team and muttered angrily, "Isn't it because you're afraid that you'll be snubbed?" Although he was nagging, Su Fengnian still turned his horse around and rode in the opposite direction of the army. After the young vassal left, Yuan Zhuozong curiously asked, "How is Confucian Saint Chao Changqing's cultivation after he turned to hegemonic path?" Su Yanbing said in a deep voice, "Among the 4 martial arts experts in the world, Tuoba Bodhisattva already has a gap with 3 of them. If Wang Ye, Chao Changqing, and Dong Tai fight with each other, I'm afraid they won't be able to determine the winner, only life and death. However, if it's life and death, I guess the 3 of them will be in a cycle. Wang Ye will defeat Dong Tai will defeat Chao Changqing, and Chao Changqing will defeat Wang Ye. Of course, if Tuoba Bodhisattva can find a suitable weapon, he can immediately step into the celestial being realm. As for the others, I only suspect that Gu Jiantang has a trump card that can't be underestimated. Well, there are 2 others who also have a chance. One is the one called White Fox Face by Wang Ye, and the other is the missing Guanyin sect's Tantai Pingjing." Yuan Zhuozong smiled and asked, "What about you and Chen Jibao?" Su Yanbing said indifferently, "It's not worth mentioning." Yuan Zhuozong, who knew Su Yanbing's terrifying strength, frowned and asked, "Why is that?" Su Yanbing smiled and said, "After fighting to the death, those who survive will be ordinary celestial being experts at most. What more do you need to say?" Yuan Zhuozong was speechless. Among the mighty great snow dragon cavalry, the 500 riders of West Chu seemed out of place. It was not only the difference in physique between the north and the south, but also the difference in momentum. Su Fengnian dismounted and led the horse to the vicinity of the 500 people. Facing the northwest vassal king who was entangled with the fate of Dechu, some looked unfriendly, some looked apathetic, and some looked hateful. As for those who looked curious and longing, they were a negligible minority. Su Fengnian came to the side of Jiang and I, who was carrying a sword and wearing armor. She had been avoiding him recently. She was not even close to the officials of West Chu who continued to call her Her Majesty. Today, Jiang and I and more than a dozen women of West Chu families were together. They followed the Bailiang cavalry all the way to the north. All the women looked after each other. Most of them thought that entering the Bailiang army was tantamount to entering the tiger's mouth. They were not without all kinds of worries, especially those who were used to seeing all kinds of banquets in Guangling since childhood. They were used to seeing romantic and talkative scholars. Suddenly seeing so many armored and silent Bailiang cavalry, as weak women, how could they not be worried about their future? Only when Her Majesty arrived on her sword and saw the young vassal king whose name shook the world with their own eyes did they relax slightly. They followed the army north for half a day and found that the valiant Baelyong cavalry did not make any trouble, especially when the king of Baelyong took extra care of the 500 people of Dachu. They began to smile intermittently. Occasionally, when the army stopped by the river, they could not help but laugh and play. They also did a good job of washing the horses' noses, brushing their backs, and feeding them fine grain. Su Fengnian walked to the willow tree beside the official road. He did not walk directly into the shade of the tree. He was still 7 or 8 steps away from Jiang and I and the young women of the wealthy families. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, 4 or 5 young men with blades and swords at their waists quickly walked over. Their boots were covered in yellow mud. They were no longer as handsome as they were in the past. These young men did not speak. They only stared at Su Fengnian with dark expressions. Su Fengnian looked at Jiang and I and said softly, "Chao Chongqing will arrive outside Great Peace City soon. Do you want to take one last look? I can accompany him." One of them pressed down on the sword that he was still unwilling to take off. With a face full of grief and anger, he said, "Su Fengnian, are you going to stop the minister from entering the city? Are you going to be a guard dog for the Zhao family of Liang?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I am not going to go that far." In the distance, a group of cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion glared at them. The madman Hong Shuwen stood with his blade in his arms, his eyes fierce. Another person said angrily, "I, Dachu Minister Ling, do not need you, Su Fengnian, to send him off." Su Fengnian said warmly, "There are some things that you do not have the right to say." Jiang and I finally lowered her head and said, "Chess waiting for the imperial decree. Uncle said that the farewell in the capital was a farewell. He did not allow me to go north." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Don't listen to him. Since you have already left Guangling Path, follow your heart. If you want to see Chao Chongqing, then go see him. I will accompany you." She raised her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears. "Can I?" Su Fengnian's eyes were determined. He smiled slightly and said, "With me here, there is nothing in the world that is impossible." Before the students of West Chu under the willow tree could stop them, the women who had heard those words blushed. Their eyes lit up and they all spoke up. All of them tried to persuade the emperor and the king of Baelyong to go north to Greaton City. Not far away, Xie Shibian was helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, they had not even reached Baelyong and there was already internal conflict. Jiang and I took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Then she flew away on her sword. Seeing the young king's defeated face, almost all the women nearby covered their mouths and laughed. Hong Shuwen and the Phoenix Battalion also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Su Fengnian turned his head and glared at Hong Shuwen and the others. The latter quickly pretended that nothing had happened and looked as if they deserved a beating. Su Fengnian rose from the ground, like a white rainbow rising from the ground. The people on the ground, whether it was the Baelyong cavalry or the West Chu refugees, were all dazzled. Chapter 1742. On the western battlefield of Guangling Road, the war was in full swing. With the addition of 10,000 elite cavalrymen from Jibei to Wuzhongshuan, the imperial army had already gained the upper hand. Then, Su Gong led the elite soldiers from the capital and 20,000 soldiers from Shu to the battlefield. Therefore, the imperial army was like a lion hunting a rabbit in West Chu. Wang Tongshan's old subordinates broke through the defense line at Laodu Mountain and broke the stalemate. The second battle of West Rampart was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Wu Zhongshuan, as the Minister of War, held a military meeting in a small place called Wutong Town. Other than Song Li, the main general of the eastern battlefield, who was separated by West Rampart, almost all the generals of the imperial army who participated in quelling the rebellion in Guangling Road were gathered in the town. For a moment, the number of scouts and cavalrymen outside Wutong Town was as many as carps in the river. In the twilight, a middle-aged man dressed in black and wearing a tall hat stood on top of the city wall and looked into the distance. Beside him was a tall young man in iron armor. The latter looked angry and said through gritted teeth, "That old Wu is really cunning. He knows that he can't command the troops with his identity as the great general of the southern expedition, so he uses his title as the Minister of War to show off. If not, General, as the nominal commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, your title is half a level higher than the great general of the 4 expeditions and 4 towns. Although you are not a permanent general of the imperial army, it is wartime now. Old Wu shamelessly asked you to come to this godforsaken place. Old Wu is detestable, and that Yang Jian is even more shameless. He is also one of the few veteran generals of the spring and autumn period. Not to mention old General Yan Jinchuan, in my opinion, he is even worse than Yang Shenxing, who was demoted to northern Liang to drink the northwest wind. At this point, the young man was a little puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked carefully, "General, why didn't you say anything today? Do you think what I said is reasonable?" The middle-aged man who did not wear any armor or official uniform turned a deaf ear. He put his hand on the rough arrow pile on the wall and looked solemn. He looked into the distance. The greenery in the city was thick and the spring breeze was gentle. From time to time, small teams of elite riders belonging to the Nanjiang border army in the past would gallop in and out of the small town. Their horsemanship was exquisite, not at all inferior to the Liao border army. It was hard to imagine that they were soldiers from a place overflowing with miasma. This guest from Wutong town who had come from afar was Lu Shengxiang. In the middle and later stages of the spring and autumn period, he was as famous as Chu Lushan, who had taken over Shu with thousands of cavalry. Tang He and Li Chunyu of the southern border were inferior to him and Chu Lushan in terms of military achievements and reputation. The original Longxiang general Su Gong, who had never experienced the fires of war in the spring and autumn period, held this future colleague of his from the Ministry of War in high esteem. He had once praised Lu Shengxiang as, "Lu Shengxiang is worthy of being the pillar of the southeast." The young general beside Lu Shengxiang was Guodongfeng, who had been feeding horses at Yolu Pass for a long time. He had been the vanguard general during the attack to the south at the beginning of the year. His military achievements were notable and it was said that he was already in the emperor's heart. Regardless of whether Lu Shengxiang was promoted or demoted in the future, Guodongfeng's future would not be hindered. The rebellious Guodongfeng was used to speaking without thinking and was even more used to being scolded and beaten by Lu Shengxiang. This time, Lu Shengxiang surprisingly did not stop him from speaking rudely. On the contrary, this made this young general, who was aiming to be made a marquis at the border, feel somewhat uncomfortable. He originally had a belly full of complaints, but he could not say them. Lu Shengxiang's unusual silence brought great pressure to Guodongfeng. His temperament was jumpy and he could only take down the sword at his waist and knock it against the wall. Guodongfeng's gloominess was not completely without reason. The Battle of Guangling Road was nearing its end, but the main general, Lu Shengxiang, as the #1 person on the southern expedition in name, had first been ordered not to go out at Yolu Pass. Then, with great difficulty, he had put aside the deputy general of the southern expedition, Yang Jian, who was not willing to take the risk and insisted on seeking victory through stability. Lu Shengxiang had personally led the army to attack, but this had caused much criticism in the Great Peace Imperial Court. There were even court officials who had delivered heart-wrenching words. Their choice of words and sentences could be said to be extremely sinister. They did not dare to say that General Piao Yi was unbearable. On the contrary, they only said that Lu Shengxiang was worthy of being called a talented general. He was a talented general and not a talented commander. This clearly meant that Lu Shengxiang was not a problem as a general who led an army on his own. However, if one were to say that he was the commander of a southern expedition that needed generals, then he was not as capable as he wished. Guodongfeng hated the old general Yang Chang because Yang Chang was truly old and did not have the ambition to expand his territory. He only wanted to make no mistakes and make no contributions. He only had 20 to 30,000 men under his command, yet he had stuffed 200 or so children of officials from Great Peace City into his ranks. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Shenxing's original actions. After all, the latter only accepted children of generals. Yang Chang's table manners were even worse. It could be said that he did not reject anyone who came. Mixed in with so many embroidered pillows who ran to Guangling Road to fish for military merit, Yang Chang did not dare to have the slightest desire to advance. Thus, after the old general led his army south, he wanted nothing more than to hug Lu Xingxiang's thigh and make him unable to move. He only wanted to wait until West Chu's power was gone before he could safely take a share of the spoils. It was clear that after Yang Xinxing's example, the experienced and prudent Yang Chang had no choice but to be even more cautious. Earlier, Guodongfeng had seen Yang Chang's main army advance at a tortoise's pace. The frequent use of scouts and mounted scouts was at the peak of perfection. Guodongfeng felt that it could be recorded in the annals of history. Almost every 3 li, there would be a scout that filled the sky. When he heard that the Bailiang cavalry headed straight for Guangling Road, Yang Chang's army, which was located to the west of Lu Xingxiang, even though there was still a path of the Ji province cavalry and a path of Su Gong's army, Yang Chang had already given the order to stop advancing. Guodongfeng heard that almost half of the 200 or so children of officials had retreated in the name of escorting the provisions of the capital. Because of this, Guodongfeng almost laughed his teeth out. A scholarly man wearing the robes of a military official did not have any retinue following him and walked up the city wall alone. Guodongfeng turned his head to look. Although it was an unfamiliar face, he was a third-rank official. His prominent identity was clear. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Su Gong, the pillar of the Gangnamdo Gumu Su family. After the Minister of War Liu Baijie, who had originally been the leader of the Jiangnan scholars, was defeated in Great and City, Su Gong had undoubtedly become the successor of the Gangnamdo officials in Jingdo. Guodongfeng did not have any ill feelings toward this person. Su Gong and his benefactor, Lu Xingxiang, were in the same boat. Su Gong had entered the capital to work in the Ministry of War. Before he could even warm the chair of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, he had been thrown to patrol the borders of the 2 Liao provinces. With great difficulty, he had relied on the string of successful reports from the Great Pillar State Gujiantang on the Liaodong border to gain control of military power. This time, he had gone south with a face full of dust. It could be said that if it were not for the fact that Su Gong had attracted most of the attention of the imperial censors in Jingdo, Lu Xingxiang's days would probably be even more difficult. Thus, there was already the joke of the Assistant Minister of War in the Great and City officialdom. Lu Xingxiang's personality was cold. Whether it was in the spring snow building of Guangling Road or in the officialdom of Great and City, he had always had the good reputation of being resolute and virtuous. However, when he saw Su Gong climb up the city wall, he smiled slightly and took a few steps forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Assistant Minister Su." Su Gong had a dignified appearance. He had the heroic aura of a warrior on the battlefield, as well as the elegance of a scion of an aristocratic family. Compared to Lu Xingxiang, who did not have a prominent background, Su Gong was more in line with the image of a scholarly general in the minds of scholars. He saw Lu Xingxiang take the initiative to express his goodwill and also smiled sincerely. Su Gong has admired General Lu for a long time. Finally, I can see you in person. Seeing you once is better than hearing 100 times. Lu Xingxiang smiled and said, Ancestor Gu of the Southern Tang dynasty created the theory of the military situation in Collection of Ashes. I originally thought that the great words of the military had already been said in this book, and that it would be difficult to find a higher view in the world. Only the military book of Chen Zhibao, the king of Shu, could compare. There were no details, big or small, tens of thousands of words, and it taught the generals in the army that everyone should follow the prescribed order and perform their duties. When Assistant Minister Su entered the capital, I was no longer in the capital. However, coincidentally, there was a military book that Assistant Minister Su wrote in his early years. At the time, I had nothing to do at Yulu Pass, so I focused on studying it. I benefited greatly and did not feel that time was wasted. Assistant Minister Su said in his early years that I, Lu Xingxiang, was the cornerstone of the Southeast. Previously, I had a deep prejudice against the scholars of Gangnam-do and mistakenly thought that Assistant Minister Su was one of those rotten scholars who only knew how to talk about war on paper but had little ability. If I had read that military book a few years earlier, I would have said, Su Longxiang is the cornerstone of the southeast. Even if the world mistakenly thought that you and I were inviting each other, it was fine. Su Gong laughed heartily and said, to be able to hear the words of Lu Shengxiang in front of me, it is better than thousands of words from afar. The from afar that Su Gong spoke of was naturally the uproar in the court of Great Peace City. The meaning behind his words was that even if he, Su Gong, lost his position and left the capital, not being the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, it was not a great matter. Familiarity at first sight. This was probably referring to Su Gong and Lu Shengxiang. Guodongfeng interrupted, killing the mood. Assistant Minister Su, I heard that the famous Jizhou general, Yuan Tingshan, did not come here with you? Su Gong smiled calmly and said, General Yuan did indeed leave 2 days earlier than me. However, the main general of the Western Shu infantry, Che Yi, came with me. Guodongfeng chuckled and said, no wonder when our old General Yang Kuei entered the city yesterday, the young and highly accomplished General Yuan was standing next to the minister. What? Assistant Minister Su came to the city wall today to pay respects to the king of Jing'an. Su Gong did not mind this young and brave general's words. He shook his head and said, the minister will welcome the king of Jing'an. I heard that the king of Shu might arrive today, so I came to take a closer look. Lu Shengxiang said calmly, previously, the king of Shu and I worked together to defeat the enemy on the northern battlefield of the Guangling Road. We only saw each other from afar before we parted ways. It was a pity. Today, I am the same as Assistant Minister Su. Gu Jiantang, Chen Zhibao, Lu Baijie, Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Shengxiang, Su Gong, Tang Taizuang. Chapter 1743. These 7 people were, without a doubt, the most influential figures in the Lianyang Ministry of War in the past 5 years. Other than Lu Baijie, who had to resign because of the Guangling War, Gu Jiantang led the military and politics of the 2 Liao provinces. Chen Zhibao was given the title of King of Western Shu. They were all well-deserved promotions. Wu Zhongshuan was like the sun in the sky. Among the assistant ministers, Tang Taizuang was the latest to enter the capital. However, compared to Su Gong and Lu Shengxiang, who were at the top of the city walls, he was more of a late bloomer. Everyone in the court gradually viewed Tang Taizuang as the best candidate for the next Minister of War. It was clear that Su Gong had lost a lot of people's hearts when he led his troops south to stop the Bailiang cavalry. At this time, there was a large group of people galloping out of Wutong town. There was no lack of high-spirited young people sitting high on their horses. Guodongfeng lay lazily on the arrow mound and looked at their figures. He twisted his mouth and his face was full of disdain. Su Gong stood beside Lu Shengxiang and smiled. It seems that the king of Jing'an is quite popular. Lu Shengxiang smiled playfully and said, who in the world doesn't know that the king of Jing'an is loyal to the court? Everyone says that he is the role model of the vassal kings. In the past 4 to 5 years, the court had not given him the title of king. Among the vassal kings, Su Fengnian of Bailiang was famous for being a playboy. Zhao Zhu of Nanjiang was famous for his bravery. Zhao Yu of Guangling was known for his ruthlessness. Zhao Yi of Liaodong was relatively unknown. At that time, Zhao Sun was only a little famous in the literary circles of Jiangzhou, but no one thought that he could inherit the title of vassal king. No one thought that in a short 2 to 3 years, he would first shake the capital with his 13 strategies. Then he would save the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying and fight to the death. He was praised for being both intelligent and brave. The group of young nobles who followed General Yang Chong to Wutong town probably came because they admired their peer, the king of Jing and Guodongfeng. What's the saying? Guodongfeng, who suddenly heard Lu Shengxiang's question, was stunned for a moment. He was at a loss. Su Gong softly said, along the way to the south, I have indeed heard of the saying, the northwest has Su, Chu, and Song. It's a pity that our central plains has Sun. Guodongfeng, who heard this for the first time, flew into a rage. He is just a suicidal vassal king, who knows nothing about military affairs. How can he deserve to be called Zhongyuan Yuan Sun? That guy surnamed Su at least blocked the iron hooves of Beimang's million-strong army. I, Guodongfeng, am somewhat convinced. As for that Song Maolin, who is brilliant in literary talent, is only famous for his beauty. I Guodongfeng disdain to compare myself with him. But who is this Zhao Sun? There were no soldiers near the city wall where the three of them were standing, so Guodongfeng's arrogant words did not matter. Su Gong smiled faintly. What a pity. Almost at the same time, Lu Xiangxiang said, What the my central plains? The two famous generals who had been friends for a long time and met for the first time in the small town looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, the king of Jing and Zhao Sun, dressed in the official robes of a vassal king, withdrew from the Guangling River Navy and headed north. He only brought a small group of elite riders to Wutong town. Next to him were the children of the eunuchs in Jing who had come out of the city on their own to welcome him. After they met, Zhao Sun was gentle and courteous. All of them felt regret that they had not met sooner. The large group of people and horses surged into the small town. When Zhao Sun saw the two people on the city wall, he quickly smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. Su Gong and Lu Xiangxiang also cupped their fists in greeting. Zhao Sun did not feel that the two generals of Liyang, who had been assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, were lacking in manners. However, the group of young people who had been able to call the wind and summon the rain in Greaton City when they were young felt injustice for the king of Jing'an. They felt that Lu and Su were only people of high status but little power, and should not be so restrained. Not to mention coming out of the city to welcome him, at the very least, they should have come down the city wall to greet this vassal king. However, something that made these people even angrier appeared. On the street, three riders suddenly appeared. Facing their cavalry army, almost all of whom were of noble status, they were not willing to give way. If not for the king of Jing and Zhao Sun taking the lead to give way, the two sides would have collided. The domineering three riders directly exited the city in the middle of the road and did not even look at the people. When someone was about to get angry, someone would quickly remind them in a small voice and then everything would be calm. The three riders of Shishu were Che Yi, Dian Xiongzhao, and Wei Fuqing. Dian Xiongzhao and Wei Fuqing had been the four fangs of Bailiang, outside the Northwest Pass. Later on, the two of them followed Chen Zhibao into Shu without bringing a single soldier. This was like thunder in the ears of the Liyang court. Su Gong looked at the backs of the three riders with a calm expression. In reality, if it were not for the 20,000 Shu soldiers retreating at the last minute, the Bailiang cavalry would not have been able to enter Guangling Road so easily. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who had lost the support of the people in court because of this, did not seem to hold a grudge. Lu Xiangxiang calmly glanced at Su Gong. About 15 minutes later, the three riders exiting the city turned into four riders entering the city. The leading rider was a man dressed in white. He held a long spear at an angle and was as handsome as a god. Lu Xiangxiang and Su Gong moved their feet at the same time. They no longer stood in their original position and looked down. After walking down the city wall, the two of them stood near the inconspicuous city wall. The four riders did not stop, but the man in white nodded slightly at the two of them. Guodongfeng's eyes were burning as he muttered, I will be like this in the future. The two great generals of the court, who did not feel that they had been neglected, quietly watched the four riders leave. Moreover, at this time, the small Wudong town was filled with dragons crossing the river. There were many eyes and eyes. If the two assistant ministers who were not successful on the battlefield and had lost their official career stayed together, it could be explained as human nature to stick together for warmth. However, if they were to interact with the feudal lords who held authority at the border, then they would be asking for trouble. However, toward this person called Chen Zhibao, whether it was Lu Xiangxiang, who had long been famous throughout the spring and autumn period, or Su Gong, who had risen to prominence in the Liang army, they both felt a sense of admiration and longing from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how high the civil officials in the Liang imperial court would be in the future, or how low the military generals would be in the future, in their hearts, Chen Zhibao would always be a romantic figure worthy of mutual admiration. Logically speaking, on the battlefield, there would only be piles of corpses, and there would never be romantic affairs. However, Chen Zhibao was undoubtedly the only master of the art of war after Yi Baikui's death who could command troops like a deity. So much so that the two emperors of Liang were willing to see him as the country's barrier. The previous emperor, Zhao Dun, even wished that Chenjibao could become the spring lake and stone mountain in his Zhao family's backyard. Not only could it be pleasing to the eye, it could also set the feng shui. Su Gong and Lu Shengxiang stood in the shadows of the city wall. Su Gong laughed in a low voice and said, "I think that General Lu need not worry about temporary gains and losses. General Lu's wind rises outside the Great Wall, not in Guangling, and certainly not in the capital." Lu Shengxiang smiled but did not speak. Su Gong took the lead and left. Guodongfeng was surprised to find that the commanding general, Lu Shengxiang, had a faint murderous aura. Guodongfeng looked at the somewhat unfamiliar great general Piao Yi and began to feel uneasy. Lu Shengxiang took a deep breath and sneered, "You are indeed worthy of being called Su Longxiang. It seems that in the future, the person who will compete with me for the #1 military merit in the expansion of the border will be none other than you." Guodongfeng was baffled. For the first time, he restrained his curiosity and did not dare to ask half a question. Lu Shengxiang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly walked forward. He only felt some murderous aura toward Su Gong, who had seen through his scheme, but toward Chao Changqing, who had changed his mind at the last moment, he was extremely angry. In Lu Shengxiang's view, if Chao Changqing followed the previous arrangement and deployed troops, then Gu Jiantang would be the new dynasty's Su Shao. And as long as he took the initiative to open the door when the West Chu army moved north, then he would be the new dynasty's Gu Jiantang. Regardless of whether the new dynasty's surname was Zhao or Jiang or any other surname, Lu Shengxiang only knew that at that time, in the imperial court, there would no longer be people like Yang Chang lying on the merit book, and there would no longer be vassals with the surname of Zhao in the local area. Xie Shi, Pei Sui and the others were still young, and had the natural flaw of not being familiar with the geography of the north. Once the vast territory of Beimang became a place to deploy troops, then it meant that countless military merits would be easily obtained. It would not be like the Battle of Guangling, where it was like a snail's shell, and there was no need to pay attention to the old powers with intertwined roots. As long as he, Lu Shengxiang, succeeded in supporting the dragon, he would be able to jump below Gu Jiantang. Later on, he might be able to rely on a series of battles in Beimang to rise above him. But Chao Changqing's inexplicable self-destruction and Lu Shengxiang's forbearance before and after the Battle of Yulu Pass would become the best evidence that he would be attacked as mediocre in the future. Lu Shengxiang's face was gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Chao Changqing, you deserve to die." On the official road outside the town, dust was flying everywhere. It was particularly spectacular. If it wasn't a cavalry of more than 1,000 riders, it wouldn't have such momentum. On a carriage, because of the bumpy road, the shoulders of the 3 men and women in the carriage rose and fell. The young woman's face was beautiful, and her figure was tall and well-proportioned. She was obviously not a southerner. A long sword hung from her waist. She was full of heroic spirit and had a knight-errant spirit. The young man was sloppy, and at this moment he was flattering the last person, "Teacher, you don't know how rude and unreasonable Tang He and Li Chunyu are. Back then, I didn't even dare to go near Wu Zhongshuan, who betrayed the southern border. I really didn't even dare to let out a fart. I was extremely aggrieved. This time, it was thanks to teacher that I had the courage to go to Wutong town." The person who was called Sir was extraordinarily handsome. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. What was romantic? He was romantic. Nailan Yusi. He glanced at His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu from the corner of his eyes. Wu Zhongshuan is not a good thing. You borrowed a few thousand riders from him and didn't return them. Is that a good thing? Zhao Zhu smiled mischievously and said, "Sir is right. You scolded him well." Nailan Yusi pointed at His Royal Highness, who was now infamous. His eyes looked at the woman surnamed Zhang. He teased, "Zhang Gaoxia, Zhang Gaoxia. You are blind to fall for this idiot and coward." Zhang Gaoxia, the daughter of the blue-eyed Zhang Julu. She dismissed it with a smile. Although Zhao Zhu was thick-skinned, he still blushed with shame when Nailan Yusi called him an idiot and a coward in front of Zhang Gaoxia. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and poked his head out. He could already see the low city walls of Wutong town. Nearby were southern borders Great General Zhang Dingyuan and his men, as well as Forest Crow and Gong Bonk, Wang Xinji's 2 disciples. Nailan Yusi closed his eyes. He put his hands on his knees and gently patted them. Chapter 1744. Zhao Zhu retracted his head and asked curiously, "Sir, why do you want me to come to this town this time?" To tell the truth, I loathe and fear Wu Zhongshuan. I also don't like Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang. That mad dog Yuan Tingshan is even more disgusting to look at. As for Prince Jingan, Zhao Sun, I used to loathe him, but now I actually don't like him. Nailan Yusi sneered, "Of course you're okay with them. There are so many heroes in this small Wudong town. You can only wrestle with this king of vassal." Zhao Zhu was resentful. Zhang Gaoxia raised the corner of his mouth. Nailan Yusi stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, "I have 4 things to do here this time. Scold Wu Zhongshuan, invite Su Gong to a banquet, meet Lu Xingxiang secretly, and test Chen Zhibao." Zhao Zhu asked in a low voice, "Did I really jinx it? Did I say that Lu Xingxiang really has ambitions?" Nailan Yusi shook his head and said, "It's hard to be sure before we meet. As for after we meet, it doesn't matter if Lu Xingxiang has ambitions." Zhao Zhu sighed and said, "Well, anyway, I can't get involved in these big things. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. I have to trouble you." Nailan Yusi suddenly asked, "Zhao Zhu, let me ask you something. If you ascend the throne in the future, assuming that Beimang is unable to invade the Central Plains, and Su Fengnian still has the Northwest Army in his hands, what will you do?" Zhao Zhu was stunned. When he was about to blurt out the words, Nailan Yusi, who was smiling, suddenly looked cold. He shouted, "Zhao Zhu, think about it carefully first." After Zhao Zhu was shocked, he raised a bright smile. "The old emperor of Liang, Zhao Li, and Xiaoyan's father call each other brothers. It's different from me and Xiaoyan calling each other brothers." Nailan Yusi sneered, "Where are you sitting at this time?" Zhao Zhu didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he was sitting in the carriage. Mr. Nailan was asking the obvious. Nailan Yusi's eyes were deep. He didn't answer his own question. Instead, he asked another question, "Where did you sit in the past? Did you think that Zhao Li had the intention to kill Su Xiao from the very beginning? He wanted to kill Su Xiao, and his son, Zhao Dun, wanted to kill Zhang Gaoxia's father. Were these the true intentions of the father and son? Isn't it because of one's position and politics? Isn't it because one has to face the general trend behind that chair?" Zhao Zhu, who had never thought about these problems, paled slightly. He was in pain and unease. Nailan Yusi lowered his eyes. "Huang Sanjia unwillingly chose you, Zhao Zhu, before he died. He gave all his accumulated wealth to me, Nailan Yusi. Now Jiang Fuding is on Wu Zhongshuan's side. Although Wang Tongshan, the idiot who thinks he is smart, died early, Wu Zhongshuan, a fence-sitter, is not worth mentioning. Even if he is wary of Jiang Fuding, it is easy for me to kill him. If you feel bored, you might as well guess which one of Tang He, Li Chunyu, and the others is the real spy. Zhao Zhu, if a person doesn't think about the future, there will be immediate worries. Now that the wind has risen, there will definitely be people who will soar to the top, and there will definitely be people who will fall from the top. You already have half the destiny. Other than Chen Zhibao, who is shrewd and tries to accumulate power before acting, you are actually invincible. Therefore, there are some things that you should think about carefully. The family assets that Zhao Bing left for you, such as Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, Yi Xiufeng, and Liang Yu, as well as those aides who are unwilling to stay in a corner of the southern border, you have to think about who is Wu Zhongshuan's man and who is the imperial court's man. Who will follow you to the Central Plains and gain power, and who will take the opportunity to wantonly start a war between the north and the south? Who would be Zhao Zhu's Zhang Julu? Of course, the most important thing is who will ask you to kill Su Fengnian in the future, or who will ask you to kill me, Nailan Yusi. Zhao Zhu said in a trembling voice, "Sir, Zhao Zhu doesn't know. I don't know." Zhao Zhu held his head with both hands, as if he didn't dare to think about those questions. Grand hegemony was the most difficult to think about. Zhang Gaoxia's eyes were sad. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently held his arm. Nailan Yusi was expressionless, and his eyes were complicated. It was unknown whether it was pity or sarcasm. His eyes instantly became dull, and he said in a mischievous tone, "I have long been annoyed by your sloppy attitude. How is it? Have you suffered?" Zhao Zhu raised his head and held Zhang Gaoxia's hand tightly. At the same time, he looked at Mr. Nailan, the only remaining strategist after Li Yishan, Huang Longshi, and Yuan Benshi died one after another. He looked at Mr. Nailan, the king behind the scenes of Nanjiang. Zhao Zhu suddenly changed his sitting position to a kneeling position. He faced Nailan Yusi and slowly bowed his head. Zhao Zhu knows that what Sir wants is different from any other strategist. Zhao Zhu only wants Sir to be my Yuan Benshi. If Zhao Zhu really sits on the dragon chair and wears the dragon robe one day, I can promise Sir that I will kill anyone who dares to kill Sir. If Zhao Zhu dies before Sir, when I die, I will ask Sir to choose a minister on my sickbed and let Sir choose a minister. Zhao Zhu will not let his descendant be the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan. Nailan Yusi laughed, but he never spoke. Zhao Zhu was sweating, but he was relieved. He intuitively found that Nailan Yusi might not be satisfied with his words, and it might not be what he really wanted, but this Mr. Nailan was somewhat happy. Chapter 1745. Nailan Yusi closed his eyes to rest and smiled faintly. He didn't care about the embarrassment and heaviness of His Royal Highness of King Yen at all. Nailan Yusi suddenly whispered, "If you feel stuffy in the carriage, you can go out." Zhao Zhu hurriedly got up and left with Zhang Gaoxia, who was wearing a hat. Ishan, back then, the two of us heard Huang Longshi say that thousands of years later, many scholars at that time would not only be able to calmly sit on equal footing with emperors, kings, generals, and ministers, they would even lose their backbone in front of officials as small as sesame seeds and mung beans. They would truly regard officials as their parents. I laughed. "You were angry. You used 20 years to teach your closed-door disciple to be a hero instead of a mighty lord. In the end, you died just like that, and your ashes were scattered outside the Northwest Pass." You laughed. "I was angry." I could guess Huang Longshi's selfishness. He, Huang Sanjia, calculated people's hearts. There was a paladin who made him lose once. He felt that he could turn the tables after his death. He firmly believed that Zhao Zhu and Su Fengnian would turn against each other. "Then I, Nailan Yusi, will make you and Huang Longshi lose once." Nailan Yusi opened his eyes and looked up at the top of the carriage. He softly hummed a song from his hometown. There was a young man who went to the mountains with a broken book box. There was a little girl who came from the mountains with the fragrance of orchids. Nailan Yusi lifted the curtain, and the spring breeze brushed his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the northeast. "Chao Changcheng, you and I are bitter, but you are still luckier than me." Nailan Yusi suddenly put down the curtain and suddenly reached out to cover his mouth. After spreading out his palm, he looked down at his bloody hand and muttered to himself, "But we are all young men." Outside the southern gate of Liang capital, the wide official road that connected to the imperial road in the city had been empty since 4 hours ago. The whole city was waiting for one person. Waiting for one person to attack the city. The city was full of iron armor. On this day, the elites of the 4 armies of the capital were all gathered here. Facing that green-robed man, they were still facing a great enemy. There was a green-robed Confucian who was walking slowly on the official road less than half a li away from the capital. He was alone, holding a go box in his hand. He stopped and sat down. He didn't face the number 1 city in the north. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back to the east. The black box contained the white stones, and the white box contained the black stones. He placed the 2 boxes of old court objects that he had found in West Chu's chessboard waiting for the imperial edict in front of him. They were separated by a chessboard, and the boxes were already open. Thinking back to those days, the state preceptor Li Mi once said after getting drunk, "There is only one outstanding rock in the world, and I, De Chu, alone have 8 parts, and Xiao Dei alone has 8 parts." How could such a person not be proud of himself? He sat upright and still, with 2 fingers together, reaching out to the go box in front of him, but he didn't play a go piece. He just smiled and looked across, as if someone was playing go with him. The green-robed Confucian scholar with white sideburns had a gentle look in his eyes as he said softly, "You go first, Black." The clear sky that had been clear for thousands of miles immediately turned into a storm. Apparitions appeared in the sky above Great Peace City. As the 4 words left the mouth of this Confucian scholar, a black stone jumped out of the snow-white go box slightly further away. It drew out an ethereal trajectory and lightly landed in the center of the invisible chessboard. First move was Tianyuan. A very unreasonable first move. But an even more unreasonable scene was that a brilliant pillar of light came down from the sky above Great Peace City and landed on the ground. An earthquake that hadn't occurred in 100 years seemed to occur in a grand city. The world shook. Countless tiles on the eaves of all the halls and pavilions, including the Martial Hall of Great Peace City, started to move. The green-robed Confucian scholar picked up the glowing white go piece with 2 fingers. His eyes were full of mirth as he lightly placed it on the chessboard. At the same time, the second pillar of light came as expected. Great Peace City shook again. There were tens of thousands of Liang armor in front of the city, but it was still that person who attacked the city first. All the arquebulisti on the city walls finally fired in unison. There seemed to be wind and thunder in the air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar completely ignored it. The second black go piece jumped out of the go box and landed on the chessboard. After the go piece took root, it floated silently and motionlessly. Inside the city, the decorations on the eaves of the Martial Hall, immortals, dragons, phoenixes, lions, fish, xieji, bullfighting, and others all turned to dust. Outside the city, almost 100 enormous arrows that were as majestic as the flying swords of sword immortals shattered in the air. The green-robed Confucian scholar picked up the second white go piece. Before he placed the go piece, he said softly, "I hate that I became a Confucian saint too late. I hate that I became domineering too late." He put 2 fingers together and landed heavily on the chessboard. There was a clanging sound. Great Peace City shook for the 4th time. This time, the commotion was the most intense. The warhorses that became the mounts of many cavalrymen outside the city had their legs broken and knelt on the ground. On the towering city walls, there were finally many people who could not control themselves. They either flew off the walls on their swords, leapt over, or rushed over. Another pair of black and white go pieces landed on the chessboard. The green-robed Confucian scholar did not seem to dare to look at the player opposite him. He looked down at the chessboard. "I, Chao Changqing, am distinguished. As you have seen, I am distinguished." When the 4th white go piece jumped out of the go box and slowly landed, the people who had come out of the city were less than 30 steps away from Chao Changqing. Chao Changqing picked up the go piece. This time, he did not place the go piece from high to low, but casually swept it across and landed on the chessboard at a slight angle. There was a great energy that swept across. The martial grandmasters guarding the capital were all hit and flew backwards, smashing into the walls of Great Peace City. In the spring breeze of the 3rd year of the auspicious talisman, West Chu waited for the go order and placed the go piece on Great Peace City. Chapter 1746. On top of the city wall in the south of Great Peace City, an old man and a young girl stood out among the clanging armor. The old man was dressed in linen and carried a long sword on his back. He looked like a normal swordsman. The young girl was in the prime of her life. Not only did she carry a sword on her back, but she also had 2 swords on her waist. She was even holding a sword in her hand. Therefore, she did not look like a swordswoman, but more like a little girl selling swords on the street. The 2 were Chai Qingshan, the current leader of Dongyue Sword Pool, and Shan Yi, who had been given a book of Qingshui pavilion sword practice by the young lord in Escape Summertown. Previously, several people had left the city aggressively, but in the end, they were sent flying back into the city. Their corpses were embedded in the city wall, just like flies and mosquitoes that had been smashed into pieces on the window. The miserable scene made many of the Liang military officers on the city wall shudder with fear and trepidation. They subconsciously glanced at the master and disciple of Sword Pool, who had a large age gap, and finally regained some courage with great difficulty. The young girl's face was a little pale. It was not that her body was not as strong as ordinary soldiers, but that after reaching a high level in martial arts, her perception of the qi between heaven and earth was different from ordinary people. It was like an ordinary person looking at the rolling river. They only felt that it was magnificent, but qi cultivators could see the signs of the flow of qi in the world. Her master, Qi Qingshan, was a well-deserved grandmaster of the sword. Since he had chosen her as his closed-door disciple, it was natural that he had taken a fancy to her outstanding talent. When he was chatting with the old master of Wu family's sword tomb, he was quite conceited and said that his female disciple's talent in the sword was second only to Jiangxi, the empress of West Chu. The young girl, whose name sounded like 321, only felt that she was standing on top of the city wall of martial emperor and would be smashed to death in the next moment. She clenched her teeth and held the long sword tightly. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Only when Qi Qingshan reached out a hand to support the ancient sword, young phoenix, on her back did the young girl feel relieved. She took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Master, what is great official Chao trying to do? Does he really want to break into the capital by himself? Will he only stop when he kills his way into the palace for the 5th time?" Qi Qingshan, who had traveled extensively with the young girl in recent years, shook his head and said, "Master doesn't know why Chao Changqing changed from the Confucian way to the hegemonic way." The young girl looked at the lonely figure outside the city and felt inexplicably sorrowful. It was rumored that he had once served as a high-ranking official in West Chu and was waiting for the imperial decree. He had feelings for the Empress of West Chu, but he had never shown it his entire life. He had always adhered to the etiquette of a ruler and his minister. In the end, he had been separated by life and death, but he had never revealed his feelings. The young girl did not care if the scholar who became the Confucian sage in the ancient battlefield of West Wall was the pride of the Chao family. She did not even care about Chao Qingyi's magnificent feat of passing through the corridors of Liang Palace 3 times in her early years. She was just a little envious of the poor woman who had been scolded for 20 years. Even though she was written in various unofficial histories as an unbearable vixen and the chief culprit of the destruction of Dechu, the young girl only thought that if she died one day, it would be nice to have such an infatuated person still thinking about her after death. Thinking of this, the young girl sighed softly. She raised her arm and patted her chest with the body of the incomplete new sword, White Python. There, separated by the thinning clothes of spring, was a yellowed script, green water pavilion. That was probably where her heart was at ease. It was also the reason why this was the first time she had truly practiced the sword seriously after leaving Bailiang. That young man was tall and slender, so when he spoke to her in the summer town at the foot of Wudong Mountain, he had to lower his head. Although his smile was warm, he only thought of her as an innocent Jianghu girl, a Jianghu junior who did not care if they would meet again after brushing past each other. She did not like this. As Chao Changqing once again placed a piece on the chessboard, a rainbow light as thick as the pillar of the Hall of Martial Heroes rapidly descended from the sky. Great Peace City shuddered again. Qi Qingshan did not look at the magnificent pillar of light descending from the city behind him. He sighed emotionally. "Us swordsmen, from ancient times until now, have tirelessly pursued the great realms of qi, rushing into the bowl and reaching the rainbow. I had not thought that Chao Changqing was already able to channel the great righteousness of the world from the blue sky into the human world. Gao Shulu's so-called mysterious celestial being is just this. What a good Chao Changqing. It is no different from adding another 10 feet to the 100-foot scroll." If there were qi practitioners of the northern lands standing on the city walls right now, they would discover that some of Great Peace City's blue-purple qi flowed slowly into the young girl's orifices like water. The young girl was completely unaware. Even Qi Qingshan, who had long reached the ethereal passage, tiny finger profound realm, did not sense it. Different professions were like different mountains. Celestial phenomenon and land immortal were only separated by one level, but they were 2 completely different worlds. The young girl suddenly asked curiously, of the people of the 3 sects outside of pure martial arts, Buddhism's eminent monks are Vajra when they enter the 1st grade, Daoist immortals are profound when they enter the 1st grade, and Confucian immortals reach celestial phenomenon in 1 step. Master, you have always been vague in the past. Why do you only say that there is no difference between the 3? And why is it so difficult for Confucian people to become saints? Chapter 1747. The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he did not want to reveal the secret of heaven, or as if he did not want his proud disciple to come into contact with that level too early. In the end, Chai Qingshan could not stand the girl's pitiful eyes. He said helplessly, "Master, you can forget about what I'm about to say. Don't take it seriously and don't put it in your heart. Otherwise, your sword heart will be unstable, and it will affect the way of the sword that you should be walking." Master often went to the snowfield of Mount Hui in his early years, and had many long conversations with a scholar named Xianyuan Jingxing. He had a unique opinion on the matter of the saints of the three religions, and his words were always shocking. For example, he talked about the cliché of lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. You must have heard this saying countless times. Xianyuan Jingxing's view on this was not quite the same. What he said was very good, and it had the merit of advising people to abandon evil and turn to good. However, at the same time, it also caused a lot of harm to people. One must know that to become a Buddha, one could only rely on gradual ascetic practice, and it required hard work. Just like the saying, "The writings of the heavens are miraculous." This saying was naturally very reasonable, but to many others, it was very unreasonable. Xianyuan Jingxing had said that many pioneers, especially those scholars who had turned from nomads to tycoons in the past 1,000 years, all of them pursued the three immortals advocated by the saints of the Zhang family. Xianyuan Jingxing opened up a new perspective on this, not because he disagreed with the teachings of the saints, but because he lamented that the later generations had gone astray. He gave an example of burying a child and worshipping his mother. This action was undoubtedly in line with the virtues of filial piety and was praised by countless people. However, Xianyuan Jingxing asserted that this person was destined to have a hard time achieving good results. If there was really an afterlife, and if there was really heaven's will in the underworld, then this person was destined to suffer the wrath of heaven and not be able to transcend. All living things in the world nurtured humans. According to common sense, an eye for an eye. Humans should repay the heavens and earth. The Taoist saints had long left behind 3,000 words to warn the later generations. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, they treat all living things as straw dogs. This was to say that the heavenly axiom was selfless, and not the so-called shallow, unbenevolent and unjust that some people mistakenly thought. Xianyuan Jingxing very much agreed with the four words heaven and earth are not benevolent, but at the same time he also said that they were scholars, and it was precisely because they knew that they could not go against the will of heaven and earth that they had to go against the current, and set rules for heaven and earth so that everyone could be content with it. Therefore, using the 5 words of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trust as a framework, it finally extended to the incomparably soul-stirring sentence, set your heart for heaven and earth, set your life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. However, my disciple, think about it carefully. If there are gods in this world, do they need us to tell them what to do? Taking a step back, is the peace of the world really in accordance with the rules of the cycle of the heavenly axiom? Therefore, the truly wise people of the Confucian school, especially those who have ascended to the ranks of the Confucian saints, do not worry about themselves or their future generations. All of them have an impassioned heart, and do not hesitate to burn jade and stone with the heavenly axiom. All of them are generously going to their deaths. The young girl made an "oh" sound. After the old man finished speaking, he repeatedly sighed, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Chai Qingshan smiled and asked, "Do you understand?" The young girl grinned and said confidently, "I don't understand at all." The old man could not help but laugh, and rubbed her head. "I don't need you to understand. It's good to be muddle-headed. Life lasts for 100 years, and it's easy and carefree. Otherwise, it's too tiring to live with a heart full of depression. For us swordsmen, it's enough for us to be able to cry out against injustice." Chai Qingshan said softly, "After going to Baoyang and seeing the desolate scenery of the border with your own eyes, you'll know that the carefree and happy life of the people of Jianghu is too weak to stand up to scrutiny. However, my disciple, you don't need to be so disgusted with Baoyang because you want to fight for justice. Let me tell you, if there really is a day when the Beimeng army breaks through the border of the two Liao provinces, the countless people in this city who are cursing Bailiang today will also disregard their own safety and die as they wish. Even if the Baimang barbarians fight all the way to Guangling River, they won't be able to walk as if there's no one there. Instead, they'll only be flanked by the cavalry's hooves and the people of Liang who have died in battle. The people of Liang revered martial arts and chivalry. Since ancient times, there had been a saying, "The scholars of the Central Plains travel north to study, while the wanderers of Liang go south to uphold justice." The latter often relied on martial prowess to violate prohibitions. This was why the countries of the Central Plains led by Dechu had always viewed the people of Liang as uncivilized northern barbarians. However, in the past 20 years, especially after Gu Jiantang resigned from his post as Minister of War and entered the Liao Kingdom, along with Su Zhao's Bailiang cavalry guarding the border with Baimang, Baimang was unable to take even half a step south. The entire Central Plains was filled with singing and dancing, while the smoke in the south only reported peace and no worries. In addition, countless scholars entered Liang, and the imperial court promoted the imperial examination, opening the Dragon Gate for the poor scholars of the Shu clan. Just the Imperial College in the capital alone accommodated nearly 30,000 scholars from all over the world. Scholars flooded in like carps crossing the river, as well as the gathering of tycoons from all over the world. In a short 20 years, Tian City was no less prosperous than Dechu's capital in the early years. The late Emperor Zhao Dun spared no effort in promoting scholars in the imperial court. At that time, other than Zhang Lu and Gu Lu, where the two peaks faced each other, almost all of the Green Party officials in the capital were scholars. A large number of young scholars were able to enter the imperial court, and the literary Gangnam-do provided a large number of talents to the imperial court. Even the large number of remnants of West Chu, led by Sun Shiji, the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, put aside their national enmity and chose to serve Zhao Dun. In contrast, the generals in power were almost all old people without exception. The Liang Imperial Court, after 20 years of recuperation and following the example of their superiors and subordinates, had already displayed a pattern of having more scholars than warriors. If it were not for the restlessness of Guangling Dao and Bailiang due to West Chu's revival of the country, perhaps even Ma Zhongxian, who was a meritorious member of the Liang sect, would not have been able to become the Jidushi of Jinggan Dao in this lifetime. It was true that the current Liang sect was flourishing on the surface, and even the rebellion of West Chu had been suppressed. However, even Chai Qingshan could see that the situation was delicate. The young girl had never been interested in the general situation of the world. She pouted and said, "But I still feel that Bailiang is more pitiful." The old man smiled and said, "Master did not say that Bailiang is not worthy of your protest. I just hope that you will not be too vicious in the future and will not casually vent your anger on the innocent. Do you know why Master admires that young vassal king more and more?" Upon hearing that the young vassal king was young, the originally absent-minded girl's eyes immediately lit up. She immediately had an inexhaustible spirit, and her face was full of vigor. "Master, quickly say it. I'm listening." The old man was quite helpless. He laughed and said, "I won't say it." The old man really did not say anything. Other than being a bit angry, it was more because outside the city, Chao Changqing's chess pieces were moving faster and faster. He had no choice but to concentrate and store his momentum. Today, he, Chai Qingshan, stood here with a long sword on his back, not to enjoy the scenery. The young girl curled her lips. Knowing her master's temper, she did not ask. Chai Qingshan squinted and looked into the distance. The old man's line of sight followed the waves of arrow rain from the top of the city wall and threw it at the figure in green. There were ballistae on the top of the city wall, and there were 6,000 elite archers below the city wall. There were 2 waves of arrows covering the sky and the earth. The old man had a strange thought for no reason. If the Bailiang Su family did not have any grievances with the Zhao family of Liang, that young vassal king would not have any complaints and would wholeheartedly be a loyal official, and the Zhao family's son would also have no doubts about him and would provide reinforcements to Bailiang. With the Central Plains as a shield, he would support the Bailiang cavalry and the 2 Liao border armies to fight against Baimang. How good would that be? If that Chao Changqing outside the city could be like Sun Shiji and many other West Chu survivors and enter the court as an official, perhaps he would be the Grand Secretary of Liang right now. In that case, there would be no need for Qi Yanglong of Shangyin Academy to come out and turn the tide. Inside, there would be Chao Changqing leading the eternal Hui Old Spring and Xiangfu New Spring to strategize together. Outside, there would be 300,000 Bailiang cavalry and 200,000 Liao border armies. How could the world not be peaceful? Even if they gave Beimeng hundreds of thousands of soldiers and armor, so what? On a small road in the northern region of the capital, a rider leisurely headed south toward Graydon City. There was a stall by the road that seemed to sell everything, including dumplings and tea and wine. A young man and woman sat there, each with their head buried in the 2 large bowls of dumplings. The rider dismounted and led the horse near the table, asking, "Can I sit?" The young man glanced at him. "Since you didn't bring a knife, you can sit." Thus, Gu Jiantang sat on the long bench next to Su Fengyan and Jiang and I. After this pillar of the country that could overturn the world sat down, he smiled and asked, "Su Fengyan, you treat me to a bowl of dumplings, and I help you become the emperor. Do you want to do this deal?" Chapter 1748. Gu Jiantang's words were no less than his mind grenade. However, Su Fengyan was not surprised after hearing this. Without hesitation, he asked the waiter in the distance for an extra bowl of dumplings. He then asked with a smile, "A big bowl of dumplings is only 20 dumplings. The entire Liang is only 30 prefectures. 1 dumpling is worth 1 prefecture? General Gu, don't you think this is a big loss?" Gu Jiantang laughed it off and did not answer. He looked like a hungry traveler waiting patiently for a bowl of thin-skinned, meaty dumplings. Su Fengyan had been wolfing down his food, so the ginger paste naturally ate slowly. Su Fengyan was the first to put down his chopsticks and exhaled contentedly. His mouth was full of the taste of cabbage. Gu Jiantang's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the young king calmly. There was a seniority difference between the two, but in the end, there was still a difference of spring and autumn. Among the 4 famous generals of the older generation, De Chu Yi Baikue was the best at commanding troops. He had fought more than 70 battles in his life and had never lost a single one. Unfortunately, he only lost 1 battle in the end. Dong Yue's consort Old Wang was the most talented in the spring and autumn. He could always turn something rotten into something magical. He was good at using surprise troops and always surprised people. He could win battles that he could not win, but he could also lose battles that he could not lose. Moreover, he lost in a way that baffled his opponents. Therefore, although he was the most talented, he had the lowest achievements. Su Zhao's personal strategy was the weakest, but he won in his perseverance and tenacity. He fought on despite repeated defeats. No matter how defeated he was, he could always rise from the ashes. Even if he was still dead, the Su family's military heart was still condensed. That was why he had the last laugh. Gu Jiantang and Qijing were not as good as Yi Baikue and Wang, but they had no shortcomings in commanding troops. Therefore, in this life, they had achieved brilliant results on the battlefield. Gu Jiantang entered the spring and autumn later than Su Xiao, who left Liaodong with 800 old soldiers. In the end, he only had 2 achievements. Su Xiao, on the other hand, had 6 achievements. Most of the military strategists and historians in the Liang imperial court did not think that Gu Jiantang was not as good as Su Xiao in commanding troops. Instead, he lost because Su Xiao early, Gu Jiantang late, Gu Jiantang can't manage at the right time. Gu Jiantang's life story was thought-provoking. After he stayed in the capital to serve as the Minister of War, he scattered his old troops to various places in Liang. For example, Kainan, Donggong, Huanggong, and the others all served as officials of the border. Although great peace cities Gulu and Zhangjulu's Zhangjulu had a 2-peak confrontation, it was always said that the blue-eyed man had the power to overturn the court. There was no such thing as Gu Jiantang covering the sky with one hand. And Gu Jiantang, as one of the top 10 martial arts masters in the past, never cared about the ranking. He also never went to Martial Emperor City to compete with Wang Xianxia. As the undisputed number 1 saber user in the world, he would never raise his eyebrows at a sword-using martial arts master. In the past 10 years, other than when Chao Changqing and Jiang Si joined forces to break into Great Peace City in the first year of Xiangfu, Gu Jiantang used his identity as a military official of Liang to stop them with the thunder of mind. There was no news of Gu Jiantang initiating a fight with anyone else. In the past 20 years, Gu Jiantang stood tall in the imperial court of Liang. No one doubted the loyalty of this meritorious general. Not the late Emperor Zhao Dun, not the new Emperor Zhao Zhuan, not the other civil and military officials. In the eyes of Liang, this old minister of war was not only the best candidate to resist the Bailiang cavalry, he was also the greatest backbone of Liang. The silent Gu Jiantang was like a family heirloom. If he did not take it out to show it to others, it meant that the family was still there and that they were still confident. Therefore, even when the Guangling Road War last year was so chaotic, Gu Jiantang, who was in charge of the border defense between the two Liao provinces, did not lead his troops south. Because of this, the people of Liang did not believe that the rebel army in West Chu could succeed. But today, at the critical moment when West Chu was destined to collapse, it was this only pillar of the Liang dynasty that said that he wanted a young man not surnamed Zhao to be the emperor. Su Fengnian looked at Gu Jiantang, who was sitting across from him, picking up his chopsticks and gently poking at the greasy table. He watched as Gu Jiantang picked up a dumpling and began to slowly chew it. Su Fengnian's expression was as usual. This was the calmness that had been honed through countless battles, but it did not hinder the stormy waves in his heart. Gu Jiantang ate 7 or 8 dumplings in one go. He paused for a moment and raised his head to look at the young vassal king that he had only met once. He glanced at the sensitive young woman beside him and said indifferently, "You don't believe me? Today, do I still need to use words to deceive anyone?" After 3 travels in Jianghu, 1 battle in Liangmang, and 2 trips to the capital, Su Fengnian was no longer a high-spirited hothead. He smiled and said, "Did you not come to the south to find Chao Changqing, but to predict that I would stop you?" Gu Jiantang picked up a dumpling and gently shook his chopsticks to shake off some chopped green onions. He was not in a hurry to put it into his mouth. He shook his head and said, "If you didn't come, I would have gone straight to N City to kill Chao Changqing. If it was before, I would at most have a 40% chance of winning against the Confucian sage Chao Changqing. Naturally, I would not be able to kill the tyrannical Chao Changqing. At this time, no one can stop Chao Changqing. But if he insists on using human strength to fight against the heavens and wear down the fate of the Liang Zhao clan, then I would have a chance. Since you are here, that's even better. I believe you already know why I want to kill Chao Changqing. Originally, he promised me that once the West Chu matter was completed and the Jiang clan became the co-ruler of the Central Plains, then all the military merits of Beimang would belong to me. I will not refuse this invitation." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Isn't it the same if the West Chu matter is defeated? You, Gu Jiantang, don't even have to bear the infamy for a while." Gu Jiantang laughed coldly and said, "What have I done in these 20 years? Wasn't it because I had no choice but to raise the bandits for my own sake? There is Su Shao in the northwest and Zhang Julu in the court. That is why I, Gu Jiantang, am stable. The border towns are divided. Other than you, the vassal kings, who are too big to get rid of, don't forget that there is still the word, town. In the Battle of Guangling, how many generals who would not have died? How many generals' power was reduced? All the cavalry, including Yan Zhinshuan, were wiped out. Yang Shenxing's Jizhou infantry were not many left. The Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi's navy infantry were all destroyed. The Prince of Huainan, Zhao Ying, died in battle. No matter how high and powerful the civil officials were, the emperor could find a crime and kill them. But how could the generals at the border be killed so easily? It's more like they rebelled. They have the capital to start a war and cause chaos, and they don't have the misgivings of being infamy in the history books. If I, Gu Jiantang, were the emperor for the sake of the country in the long run, I would also emphasize the civil and suppress the military." Eating the dumplings, Gu Jiantang slowly said, "Do you think the previous Emperor Zhao Dun did not make a move against me before his death? Let's not talk about my former subordinates Tang Taizuang, Tian Zong, and the others who entered the capital to become officials. Let's talk about Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong, these 2 people, who were obviously candidates to replace me. Su Gong replaced the emperor to patrol the border. Lu Shengxiang used the Battle of Guangling to accumulate experience. But it's nothing more than to prevent their merits from being too early. The real use of them is still to be used in the Battle of Beimang in the future. They still have a long way to go before their wings are fully developed. To put it bluntly, if you give them 10 or 20 years of military service, at most they'll only be the second Gu Jiantang. By that time, the situation in Liang will have stabilized. Asking them to remove their armor and return to their fields is much simpler than asking me, Gu Jiantang, to pack up and get lost. The strategy that Zhang Julu and Yuan Benshi formulated for the previous emperor is not bad. But as the person involved, how can I, Gu Jiantang, resign myself to death? Do I need to say more about how the Zhao family treats their meritorious officials? Gu Jiantang picked up another dumpling. He couldn't help but glance at the female emperor, De Chu, who was carrying a sword case on her back. He smiled playfully. Su Fengyan, do you know what kind of reasons Chao Changqing and her used to convince me when they found me? Su Fengyan's face was suddenly filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Mother asterisk cur. Did Chao Changqing agree to one of your sons becoming empress? If that's really the case, I won't stop you. I'll be Gu Jiantang's assistant. See if I don't beat Chao Changqing until he can't be domineering anymore. Under the table, one of Su Fengyan's feet was ruthlessly stepped on and crushed repeatedly. Perhaps he felt that one foot wasn't strong enough, so he lowered his body and stepped on Su Fengyan's feet with both feet. Gu Jiantang couldn't help but laugh. Chao Changqing wouldn't be so boring. Chao Changqing only said that he could let me flatten Beimang and that he dared to let me lead an army to complete a feat that even Su Shao couldn't accomplish. The reason was very simple. When Chao Changqing was alive, no matter how great my military achievements were, I couldn't rebel because Chao Changqing could die together with me. Even if Chao Changqing died before me, when the time came to unify the Central Plains and swallow up Beimang's De Chu, there would still be someone. As long as I dared to plot against him, there would still be someone who could single-handedly kill me, Gu Jiantang. Moreover, that person would definitely live longer than me. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Gu family was, it was destined to be peaceful for the next 50 years. As for the specific situation after 50 years, the Jiang and Gu families were simply following the will of heaven. Since that's the case, I don't have any worries and I'm not afraid of shocking the master with my achievements. I'm well aware of how to choose Jiang family treats Yi Baikue and how Li Yang's Xiao family treats Su Shao. Su Fengyan rubbed his chin and smiled. That's more like it. Looking at the smug fellow, Jiang and I, who hadn't finished eating the dumplings, slammed his chopsticks on the big white bowl. Su Fengyan didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he stared and said, a bowl of dumplings costs 5 copper coins. There are still 6 dumplings in the bowl. Don't you feel bad for wasting a copper coin? Anyway, I didn't bring any money. You can pay the bill later. Jiang and I was stunned at first, then he snorted coldly. However, he still silently picked up his chopsticks. Even Gu Jiantang, who had a heart as strong as iron, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Jiantang shook his head slightly and smiled. In the same way, Su Fengyan, are the emperor. Su Shao treated his former subordinates well, and you personally went to war. I, Gu Jiantang, am not afraid of what happens in life or behind. Su Fengyan sighed and muttered, being the emperor. Gu Jiantang picked up the last dumpling in the bowl and smiled. Su Fengyan, I'm very curious. Has Su Shao ever thought of rebelling in his life? Or has he ever thought of having you sit on the dragon throne?